an answer before we scream at our meditation guy?
I think we got them all.
We got them all. Okay, cool. Well, I guess we can just like start without Sean. I guess I'll do a quick meditation. We're not going to go live yet. Don't worry, Emmy. This isn't the official beginning, right? But okay, everybody close your eyes. This is Sarah's meditation. Okay. Take a deep breath in. And on the exhale, release anything that is bogging you down, annoying you, present in the space that you just want to get rid of. Let's do 3 of those. Breathe in the good shit and breathe out the bullshit. 1 more. Breathe in the good shit and out the bullshit. I want you to slowly wake all parts of your body up energetically, starting with the bottom of your feet. And you want to just notice the energy in the bottom of the feet. Say, hello, feet. Thank you for walking me all over the goddamn place, even on Zoom during the plague. And let the energy creep slowly up your leg. And just noticing, welcoming, waking up the insides of your ankles and your calves. Hello, lower legs. Thank you for supporting me on this bizarre journey on earth. And let the energy continue to flow up into your thighs. Hello, thighs. Your goddesses. Yes, you thigh. Waking up those thighs energetically. And you're going to move it up your body to your special areas, LOL, and your hips. And you're going to breathe energy into your special parts and your hips. And just say, thank you so much for keeping that good going. Breathe in, breathe out, and let the energy flow continually up. We're going to let it reach our waists, our tummies. Wake up from the inside. Hello. Thank you for being here. Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? After we're meditating, you can grab what you need. And we're going to continue to move the energy up through our torsos, waking up our chesticles, waking up our shoulders from within, letting the energy flow upward. Hi there, looking gorgeous. Thank you. And we're going to move it up into our necks. You might want to just turn your neck like Razzy's doing. Just wake it up. Hello, neck. I remember you. You're holding my head up. You are the woman. The head is the man. The neck is the woman. Meditation voice. Then we're going to keep the energy flowing up. You're going to wake up your face and your head all the way from the back of your skull to the tip of your nose. Hello, face. You're doing all the work on this Zoom. Thank you. We're going to let the energy rise up to the top of our head, to the crowns of our heads, where we're going to go, oh my God, to have a skull, what a gift. Hello, welcome. And then we're going to open up our little portal hole that is unseen, that's sitting on the top of our heads, almost like a yarmulke. And I want you to just energetically open up your yarmulke, your beanie, if you're not familiar, and see a big light blasting up from the bottom of your feet, which is connected to the soil and the earth, through your body to the top of your head. And now you are fully connected to the other realm, to the alien space. We are in the Aquarius full moon portal, and we want to welcome all downloads and messages from the Intergalactic Federation, whatever they have for us today, we are open to. So another deep breath in with the bullshit. In with the good shit, out with the bullshit. That was a trick. And great. Now, here's what I'm saying. I think we should just go live in a minute. Razzie, pull a card. I'll like say welcome, pull a card for us. And then Paula can just start, and you'll be our first act. And then whenever Sean comes, he comes, we'll play it by ear. How's that seem? Everybody ready to moon you all? Yeah, fucking hell yeah, bros. Yeah, fuck yeah, dudes. Okay, cool. So Emmy, tell me when we're going live. Oh, hello everyone. Fabulous. Okay. I have no idea Let me see if she's texting me when we're live. She'll just tell me, I guess.
You're already live.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, great. Well, I'm glad that you guys saw my really good meditation. Welcome to the Manual. This is a very special Manual because we are broadcasting everywhere, or so we think, we hope, but it's not about perfection here. It's about progress. So we're really glad to share our cosmic wisdom with you all. Our first guest, our meditation teacher, he is actually stuck up in the cosmos right now. So he'll come back to Earth and join us when he is back on Zoom. But until then, I'm going to throw it over to my co-host. I'm Sarah Starmore. I'm the host, but I have to do all sorts of learning during this. So sometimes I go in and out. So everybody meet our good friend, Nicole Razul, aka Razzie, the Crystal Messenger. She's going to pull a card for us to open this sacred Zoom meeting. Wait, hold on. We're going to restart the recording. Oh, okay. Everybody take a deep breath. Get your coughs out. Okay. Welcome back to the Manual. Razzie, what have you got for us today on this auspicious lunation?
Well, what's up, everybody? I'm your girl Razzie, and if you don't know me, I pull cards. I'm a spiritual guide, and I'm your co-host today for the Moonual. Welcome to the full moon, the blue moon in Aquarius. As Sarah was talking, a card already fell out. I haven't looked at it yet, but of course, the blue moon. So we got the blue flame. How?
Wow.
So the blue flame, which is a spontaneous awakening, very indicative to Aquarius energy, activation and integration time, which is what this is all about. Everything we've been going through this month, everything we've learned, everything that we've been ruminating on, visualizing, we're putting it into action now. So we're actually integrating for this full moon. This is a huge time to absorb what is happening. And as we simultaneously absorb, we're letting go of the old so that we can really fully embody this blue flame energy. You know, this is like what the hottest part of the flame in a fire, right? So this is that intense passion that almost feels just a little serene and ethereal and out of this world. So that's what we're all stepping into. We're getting our light body activated. And yeah, so feel into that, treat yourself well, and allow yourself to just absorb all the messages and what you're about to receive, while you also let go of this shit. Don't forget that part.
Here we go. Unmute. You guys remember from my very good meditation that we are inhaling the good shit and exhaling the bullshit. If it wasn't already merch, I would say make it merch, but I believe it is actually a pretty common memeable thing. But what a perfect introduction to our next act. So I'm going to pause the recording just so that Paula can have this for herself someday. Okay, Paula rocks. Here we go. Welcome back to the Manual. What a wonderful break. So what a perfect intro. So our next act, our first act, you never know with the Manual. We've been here for days, okay? But our next act is an Aquarius alien herself, 12th house sun in Aquarius. She can tell you a little bit more about her journey, but what Razzie just said is so true. Like, we are super connected to the other dimension right now. So I wanted to start off with a body love expert, because I think, well, Paul, you can explain it better than me, but Paul has had to do, as an alien from the other dimension, a lot of work to actually accept this gross meat sack that she's in. So without further ado, I will throw it over to Paula. Get your pens and papers out. Paula, take your time. Everybody bailed on the Manual, so there's really no rush.
That's great. Yeah. Thank you so much. It was a perfect introduction. So my name is Paula. I am a eating disorders therapist. I'm a body justice professor. I did all of the things so people think I'm important, but I'm also an alien witch, queen, psychic weirdo from California.
Shaman.
So yeah. And I am a 12th house sun Aquarius. So what I want to talk about today is about these weird meat sacks that we live in, and all of the messages that you have probably gotten about the shape of it, and how the shape of it is really important. And the shape of it, you can, we're all brainwashed to believe that you can judge other people and yourself based on how much adipose tissue is on your meat sack, and none of that's real. So what a great time to with the full house in Aquarius to talk about the fucking scam that is fat phobia and thin idealism. So I'm an eating disorders therapist, but I treat clients with the truth, which is that what we think of as health in our culture is just white supremacist nonsense. And so when people come to me with like body image issues or disordered eating, instead of treating them because they obviously have a mental illness, they don't have a mental illness. They are a part of this culture, and we're all fucking crazy. And this culture is crazy, and this culture is crazy when it comes to bodies. So we're gonna do a little bit of writing. We're going to do a little bit of meditation to sort of like let that really sink into your consciousness and into your meat sack. So the reason why Sarah and I wanted to do this is she and I were talking about how like during COVID, there's been so much more, I don't know if it's more honestly, but there's been so much fear mongering around fatness and around like we're all, you know, fat people are, somehow fatness is contagious and we're all going to die because people are fatter, and it's not real. You know, our bodies are smarter than we are, and a lot of bodies have gotten bigger, softer, rounder during the pandemic. The idea that that's somehow bad and we're all going to die is crazy, because if everybody's bodies have gotten bigger and we're the only ones that are alive still, how can that be bad? We have survived a pandemic. This body has survived a pandemic, and if it needed to get a little bit rounder in order to do so, then how in the world can that be bad? And so to really like externalize all of the messages that we get around body shape and around good bodies versus bad bodies is sort of what I want to talk about, and why I'm here, and why Sarah invited me to do this. Some of the things that I teach in my class are about like the history of fat phobia, the history of diet culture, the history of thin idealism. The idea that fat bodies are bad bodies is a very new concept. The idea that like people didn't used to be fat and now everybody's fat all of a sudden is also completely not true. Fat bodies have always existed. Fat bodies will always exist. Also, like the main thing that I think we're brainwashed to believe is that everybody has complete control over the shape of their body, and that if somebody is fat, it's because they're living incorrectly, and if somebody is thin, it's because they're living correctly. And obviously this is just like institutionalized racism. This is about poverty. This is about money. This is about class. It's about so many things, and our culture doesn't want us to see any of that. And so what it does focus on is fatness, and the idea that we all can and should be the same shape, which when you think about it is so weird. And I think the Aquarius full moon is the perfect time to recognize, like, you know, because this is what we're doing, right? We're like lifting up and out, and we're seeing all of it. And the idea that it's all, that we're all supposed to be the same shape, and everybody can, if they try hard enough, be the same shape, can make their bodies the same shape, is fucking weird and bizarre and not real, and it's all a scam. And so to come home to your body is what I'm gonna try to help us do today. So if everybody, does anybody have any questions so far? Cool, okay. So if everybody could get a pen and paper, and I'm going to ask you to do a little bit of journaling first, and then we're going to do a meditation with whatever you come up with. So the first question I have for you for writing down is, can you please write down some of the stories that you learned from your family of origin about fat bodies versus thin bodies, right? Anything, you know, there's been all these incredible studies that show that the way I feel about my body is influenced by the way my parents felt about their bodies. So even if I had a parent who was like, you're gorgeous, you're beautiful, you're perfect, whatever, if my mom hated her body, if my mom was always dieting, if my mom was always talking about how fat and therefore inferior she was, then that's how I would feel about my body. So just write down like stories, you know, like when I teach my class on the first day of class, have the students write down like, what does my mom think about fat bodies? What does my mom think about thin bodies? What does my dad think? And if you don't have a mom or a dad, you know, whomever raised you, or whomever was an influential adult in your life, What are some stories that you got about fat bodies versus thin bodies growing up? And just write them down. And, you know, with as much you can, sort of an Aquarius viewpoint, which is like an anthropological study, right? Because right now we're all being aliens visiting this weird planet. So without judgment and with a real sense of curiosity, just be curious about what are those stories that you learned from your family. I'll give you about a couple minutes to write that down. And then you may want to, this may be the same, it might be a little bit different, but then writing down also, what are just some painful things that you believe about your body? And, you know, to really get in touch with what are the painful thought patterns, what are the painful beliefs, what are some thoughts that cause you suffering about your body, about the shape of it, about what others might think of it. You know, what we know is that when you think a true thought, it feels good. When you think a lie, it feels bad. And the cool thing is that when you get into it and you recognize that, like, oh, this thought hurts, that means it's not true. Isn't that great news? It's so great. So we just want to like enumerate those and get really clear about like, what are some painful things? What are thoughts about my body that when I think the thought, it doesn't feel good. It feels icky, it feels bad. It doesn't, you know, like another way to say that is like, obviously that thought does not match your essential vibration, which is great. Also great news. So maybe writing down some stories, some beliefs, some thoughts that you have that swim around in your consciousness that are painful. And it might be the same thing in terms of like, there may not be a lot of difference from the first question to the second, and that's fine. Okay, and then last question. Last question is, and you maybe draw a line between all of that stuff and the next question, just to, you know, sometimes it's good to have that visual separation. So draw a line, and then below that line, and get real quiet before I ask this next question. And you're going to write down whatever pops up, right? Like thinking ruins everything. So don't overthink it. Just whatever comes up, write that down. So the question is, how do you want to feel in your body? And notice it's not, how do I want to look? It's, how do I want to feel in my body? And whatever adjectives, whatever words come up, just write those adjectives down. Notice also that maybe you have a belief system, like we all do, because we're all brainwashed by capitalism, to believe that I'm allowed to feel good in my body when it looks a certain way, right? Like we're all brainwashed into believing that, right? Because that makes a lot of people a lot of money. And so maybe notice that as you write these things down, there is a little voice that says, well, as soon as I lose 10 pounds, or as soon as I blah, 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 as soon as I blah, as soon as it looks like this, then I can feel like that. So just notice, you're not going to push that little voice away. You're not going to do anything with that voice. You're just going to notice. You're going to be like a Buddhist, and you're going to invite that thought to tea and then say goodbye. So whatever is like below the line, whatever sentences or adjectives or words you wrote. What? Oh, I don't know what that was. Whatever is below the line, like whatever you wrote in terms of how you want to feel in your body, just read those a few more times before we go into this meditation. I just want you to be real clear about what popped up and what are the ways you want to feel in your body in this temporary meat sack that you have for your time here. Cool. Okay. So then if you would allow me, I'm going to lead you through a little meditation. So get comfortable wherever you are. Close your eyes. And first and foremost, just allow whatever it is you're sitting on to really support your body. So if you're sitting on the floor, really let your body relax into the support of the floor. If you're sitting on a chair, really relax into it. And sometimes you don't even notice that you're sort of like bracing, and see if you can release all that bracing and really allow yourself to sink into the support of whatever it is. Next, you're going to take your awareness from the front of your eyeballs, which is where most of us live, and specifically like over the last 18 months, because we're all on Zoom and staring at screens all the time. Just move that energy, that awareness away from the front of your eyeballs and just move it back. So there's a space in the very center of your head, and I want you to like go hang out in that very center of the head space. So if you drew a line from the tops of your ears to the other ear and straight down from the yarmulke that Sarah was talking about, that very center of head space, just go right there and relax your eyeballs, relax all the muscles around your eyes. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to attach a grounding cord to your body. And so it doesn't matter what it is in terms of like the visualization. Remember that your subconscious does not communicate in words, it communicates in imagery. So it doesn't matter what it is, but you imagine something attaching from the base of your spine and let it drop all the way to the center of the earth. And it can be a tube, it can be a pipe, it can be a rope, it doesn't matter, but something is attaching the base of your spine all the way to the very center of the earth. And so feel it drop all the way down. Slow down your breath if you haven't already. And then we're just going to run some earth and cosmic energy through our bodies. So on your next inhale, you're going to imagine earth energy coming up through the soles of your feet, up through your legs, all the way up your central channel, so where all of your chakras are, to the crown of your head. Inhale that earth energy up. And then on your exhale, just imagine that energy going right down your grounding cord. So it's sort of cleaning you out. And notice what color that earth energy is. And again, inhale, suck that earth energy up through the soles of your feet, up your legs, up through that central channel. Let every chakra burn brighter, spin more beautifully, spin more easily with that earth energy. And then exhale, let whatever you don't need drop down that grounding cord. This time we're going to be a little bit more intentional with the chakras. So inhale that earth energy up through your legs. Let it hit your first chakra. Let that first chakra spin more beautifully because of that earth energy. Second chakra, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seven. And then exhale whatever might be in the way of your chakras spinning effortlessly, shining brightly. Let that just drop down your grounding cord. You don't have to know what that is. You don't have to figure it out. You don't have to analyze it. You just have to have the intention. And do that a few more times. Inhaling the earth energy up, letting it hit all of your chakras and letting your chakras maybe sort of burst through. And then when you exhale, whatever might have been in the way of the chakra burning bright, exhale it down. Good. And we're going to do the same thing with cosmic energy now. So cosmic energy is coming from the cosmos. You're going to inhale it in through the crown of your head, let it hit all of your chakras all the way down to the first chakra. And on the exhale, it's going to spout up and out like a fountain from the crown of your head. And then it's also going to drop down and go down that grounding cord. And just notice what color that cosmic energy is. So again, inhale, let it hit all of your chakras all the way down until the first. And then when you exhale, again, that cosmic energy cleans out whatever might have been stuck in your chakras, in your Sushumna, which is your central channel, up, let it shoot out the crown of your head like a fountain, and then it fountains down and goes down that same grounding cord. Do that a few more times. So noticing your chakras burning bright, spinning beautifully, effortlessly. And then become aware of your aura bubble. Just make sure your aura bubble is not too tight in close to your body, and make sure it's not so big that you're allowing other people into it. Just play with it a little bit until it's sort of the perfect size. And when it gets to that perfect size, it'll sort of click and it'll feel really nice. It's the perfect size. Make sure it's not too tight, like on your crown chakra. Make sure it's lifted up, and also make sure it's big behind you. A lot of times, specifically those of us in Western culture, which is all about ego and all about what we're showing the world, we tend to have our aura in real tight on our back body. So make sure it's real big back there too, so your whole back body has space. And when you feel that aura bubble that's in the right spot, just enjoy how that feels. You feel safe, you feel protected, but you can also let whatever you want in at any point. Then go back to the center of your head. We're going to utilize this grounding cord. All of the things that you wrote about family stories, about good bodies and bad bodies, about painful stories you have about your body, for the next few exhales, you're going to let all of those stories drop down your grounding cord and down into the center of the earth. And what's cool is that Mother Earth will take that energy and she'll recycle it and she'll give it back to the earth. She'll take those lies, she'll turn them to truth, and she'll give it back. So great. So you can imagine, like, whatever might be fun, you can imagine like from the center of your head, like throwing that shit down your grounding cord. You can imagine like burning that shit and throwing the ashes down the grounding cord. You can imagine it's like hot lava going down your grounding cord. It doesn't matter, but just every exhale, all of those silly stories, all of those lies, we know they're lies because they feel bad. Just let them float down. You can even imagine the grounding cord being like a bathroom on an airplane. So it really just like sucks it down. Once you've released all of those stories, in that center of headspace, see if you can just have the intention of rewinding back in your consciousness to a time before you were brainwashed to believe that your body shape was good or bad, before you were brainwashed to believe that your body shape was a reflection of your worth or your character. We all arrived on this weird plane of existence just recognizing that this body was our temporary home. It was not a sign of anything. It was not a way to judge ourselves or others. Just get in touch with what that felt like. And then above your head, imagine a huge golden sun, and it is shiny and it is bright. And fill that golden sun full of whatever you wrote about how you want to feel in your body. Fill that golden sun with those adjectives, that sense, that feeling. And then you're going to reach up and pop that sun, and that energy, that vibration is going to flow into the crown of your head. It's going to go all the way down to the tips of your toes, and it's going to fill your entire body full of that vibration. And we're going to do that one more time. So on your inhale, imagine an even bigger golden sun, so big, it can be as big as the actual sun, full of that energy, that vibration that you wrote down that you want to feel in this body. You're going to pop that sun, and on your exhale, allow that vibration to fill your entire body full. And there's so much of that vibration that it exceeds the physical barrier of your skin, and it goes into your aura bubble. So it fills your entire aura bubble with that vibration. And from that space, you're just going to repeat a mantra with me a few times internally, just repeating it to yourself. My experience of this body is more important than anyone's experience of looking at it. We're going to do that 2 more times. Repeating internally, my experience of this body is more important than anyone's experience of looking at it. One more time. My experience of this body is more important than anyone's experience of looking at it. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes, come back to the moon, you all. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your energy and attention.
Oh, so good.
Thank you.
Paula, thank you. Oh my God. Okay, wait, Paula, thank God that you are actually like, I just want to say your meditation way better than my meditation. That was so much better.
Thank you.
So glad. No, Razzie, do things always work out or do things always work out? I'm dead.
You always do. Divine
Beyond.
time.
Beyond. So, okay, so we have some questions. Paula, I believe we have some questions.
Yeah.
For you. We have one in the chat. When did you figure out / decide that lies feel bad and truth feel good? Now, I know Razzie and I can both tackle this too. This is one of our big favorites, intuition versus fear. But Paula, how about for you? When did you figure out / decide that lies feel bad and truth feels good? What can you tell us about that?
I don't know when I first heard that, or I don't know. But it's been, I mean, I am in recovery from, like, my body was very big when I was a kid. I was diagnosed obese, which I don't believe in, when I was a kid. And then I starved myself, and I almost starved to death when I was 20-ish. And then I went to rehab. So I've been through it all, y'all. I wish I could tell you like when or how I realized that. But it was just somewhere along my journey that I just realized that, like, if I'm thinking a thought and it feels bad, that's how I know it's a lie. It's so fucking hard to remember, though. Don't think that like I just remember that all the time and I just live in that space, because I absolutely do not. It's so hard to remember. But specifically, I think because of all I've been through with my body, and my body has been so many sizes, like all of the sizes, and I got that allowed me to know that my body was never the problem, because my body has been every size. And so that's how I knew that, like, oh, wait, no matter what shape my body was, my head said the same dumb shit. Therefore, my body was not the problem.
Yo, where are my clients at? How, is that not everybody? Yes. Right. It's like, I have the same experience. I don't have body stuff as much, but like, it's like, even if I make no money every month or I make a ton of money every month, no matter what, at the end of every month, I spend every single penny I have. So I'm like, oh, it's not that I have a problem with money. It's that I have like a pattern that I'm in.
Yeah.
And it's actually just like a programming problem, which is what you're saying.
Program. Yep, it's a program, and it was inserted very, very, very young. When it comes to bodies in our culture, it was programmed very young.
Yeah, man, I remember being a kid, just, camp. Where my camp girls at? Where my Jews? Not the Jews only go to camp. There's probably other camps too, but the Jews go to Jew camp, and it's
Jews love camp.
We just love camp, right? It's like sort of bougie camp. It's not camp. But anyway, I remember I would wait for rainy days because I would basically just like do sets during, like, we would all go into the dining hall and just, I would be like, I'll speak. And everyone during rainy days would collect around me and I would like do bits in the corner. Where's Haley Rutherford? That's what college was like too. I would just sit in the dining hall and people would come for Sarah's story time, which just lasted hours. And that's what we're doing here at the Memorial too. But I remember like my big joke was all about my mother's thunder thighs. Like it was all about my mother's thighs. And then I remember my mom, who was like my number one stan on planet Earth, coming and picking me up and seeing it one time. And I remember it hurt her feelings. And I still, like, I've talked about it in therapy in my adult life. Like it haunts me. It haunts me because I was just I was just a kid being funny. But even for my mom, like I would talk about how she was like watching Maury on the treadmill in the attic, like all the time. And her thunder thighs were just, going nuts. And she was like, "Do you think I'm fat?" And it was like, what?
Aww.
No, I'm just saying thunder thighs. It's the thing I heard, So I really think we all really do come to the table with our own shit and our own parent shit. And then what we're afraid to say and what we're afraid not to say, or I don't know. I think that's
totally,
that was really cool, Paula. You the bomb.
Thanks.
Razzie, any thoughts on the question between sort of, Paula, you're also getting mad love in the chat. So just hit that chat to get some fucking heart vibes. But Razzie, with the question of sort of like fear versus intuition, or like good thoughts feel good, like what, I know you've got something to say on that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's like the things that give you that weird feeling of, like that hurt or that just doesn't feel right. It means it's not right for you. For example, I mean, for me, I've always been tiny, right? But I got skinny shamed my whole life. So it was like being small.
Can't fucking win.
It really doesn't matter. Just can't win. You're never gonna look like what somebody else wants you to look like or fit that criteria. And if you're doing it for somebody else, you're never gonna know. Like, it never felt right for someone to tell me I'm not eating enough when I was literally full. That didn't feel right. And then I knew that wasn't true. I ate all the meals I could eat today. How much more do you want me to eat? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Wait, if Haley Rutherford's here, when Nicole's done, chime in. What was my mantra when I was speaking in the dining hall for hours? I guess I'll just tell you, she's obviously muted and for a reason. I would be like, don't let the full feeling stop you. Keep getting buffet and listening to me talk. Anyway, I'm just saying it's all about differences, but there are actually similarities. Okay, well, keep going, Nicole. Sorry.
At the end of the day, when someone is defining you and you're not defining yourself, that it's gonna feel off. It's gonna feel like it doesn't feel right. And when you feel like it doesn't feel right, it's because there is something off and there is a lie happening. It could be like that 2 truths and a lie thing, where it's like there could be some truth in the air, but there's also something that just has nothing to do with you, right? And when it has nothing to do with you, that's what it feels like. It just doesn't feel. It doesn't feel like your intuition, where your intuition is always soft, it's quiet, and those truths do feel good. Those truths feel like what it is. So you can identify that on your own. I mean, it's a rule of thumb just to follow the excitement and to follow the love and literally what feels good. It's not that it's always going to feel good, but you follow that versus following what doesn't. That's always going to get you into some other shit you don't want to be in.
Yeah.
Indeed it will. Indeed it will. I've gone on a lot of fucking Weight Watchers weird plans, eaten a lot of fucking frozen shit. And I mean, it's fine, but I would rather just have a regular ass burger, I love it. Any other questions for Paula? Any other, oh my God, journal prompt recap, Chip Dip, you are killing it in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Any
Chip
other
Dip.
questions for Paula, comments about this, and then we will bring up, we have two comedians. We have Todd, our mundane male that we all know and love, and then we have our friend Denise, who has a lot of Aquarius in her chart. So any other questions, comments, thoughts for Paula or Razzie or me or whatever about intuition and fear, about body stuff? What do you got for us? And then we'll move on. Everyone's just sitting there in shame on their Zoom, Paula. Like everyone's just, everyone's really feeling bad. So
y'all can follow me on Instagram and stuff. I'm going to put my shit in the chat.
Yeah, so throw your shit in the chat. And how do people work with you? If people want to work with you because we hate ourselves, what can we do?
So I teach workshops, and I do, I have body liberation groups that I do on Zoom.
Cool.
So you can find me at pauladiatkinson.com, and I'd love to talk to you. I also do more and more, which I didn't know I would be doing. I'm doing like body liberation coaching.
What is, can you describe, what is body liberation coaching?
Yeah. So body justice, body liberation, these are terms that are different than body positivity. So body positivity is sort of grew out of the fat acceptance movement that's actually started in the 60s during the civil rights movement. And then body positivity sort of got real big. Everybody knows, like 5-8 years ago on social media. And then out of that, the body justice, body liberation is about the fact that all bodies deserve respect as they exist in this moment. It's about the truth that there is no such thing as good bodies versus bad bodies. It's about the truth that there's no, the belief in body hierarchies is not real, right? Like at the top of the body hierarchies, as we're taught in our culture, a white, thin, wealthy body is the superior body, and anybody under that, a brown body, a fat body, etc., is inferior. And so body liberation is about the truth that body hierarchies are not real. It's all a fucking scam. And to be truly liberated from disordered eating, body image issues, etc., is about really liberating oneself to the truth that there's no such thing as good bodies and bad bodies, which was totally missing from like eating disorder treatment and stuff until relatively recently. It's all been about like your mom fucked you up, and like here, learn to like get to your goal weight, and then learn to hate yourself and be worried about getting fat for the rest of your life.
Yo, well, you heard it here first. You all have good bodies because you're here. Okay. Huge,
Exactly.
huge if true. Chip Tip, we got a hand raised emoji. Chip Tip, do you have something to share, comment, or ask?
I have a question. So my friend, like I have body issues, but my friend has different body issues. And I feel like when I say something, sometimes I trigger her because of who's saying it. Because I've had like thin, like Razzie said, like, oh, you're too thin, you need to eat kind of stuff. But she came from being heavier, and then she's trying to get as thin as she can and get as muscles as she can. And I'm like, she's going a little too far with it, I think. And I think she's realizing that. And I'm going to recommend she get coaching from you, not going to lie, because you sound perfect for her. Like, honestly,
Cool.
like, perfect. She's been trying to search for somebody to, because she's really suffering with that. But how can I help, like, as a friend, and like with your own body issues and stuff? How do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it any better than I.
No, I think it's a good question. I mean, the first and foremost thing is like, we don't talk about people's bodies. We, in the sense of like, I think it can be triggering because we're all in the matrix, right? We're all in the fat phobic, thin idealist matrix. And so I think if you want to not be triggering to her, she might not be a good person. You know, you're allowed to have your body issues. Obviously, we all have body issues because our culture is insane. But she might not be a good person to be talking about that with, because she's so in it at the moment. You know, our liberation liberates others. And so, as you know, you working on the fact that your body is perfect as it is in this moment, because this is how it exists in this moment, is going to liberate her. And this moment is on a weight loss journey, which is too bad because she obviously believes that she would be a more worthy human being if her body were smaller, and that fucking sucks. But like, you know, you can support her and by not congratulating her if she loses weight, not participating in the belief that she's somehow a better person than she was when her body was bigger. That's like the best thing that you can do. And even if, you know, this happens all the time that people lose weight and they want us to congratulate them. But, you know, studies show that 97% of the time they're going to gain the weight back, and then they're going to remember who congratulated them. So the best thing you can do for her is to like just never talk about her body and like not participate when she talks about it. It's hard though, because we're so, and specifically as women, we're so brainwashed to believe that that's a way to connect, and it's gross.
This is one thing I say, is it appropriate? I always try and say, like, I love you any size you are. Like, literally,
Totally.
if you are any size, I will still be your friend. I
Yeah.
don't care. I love you for you.
That's the perfect thing to say. Absolutely perfect thing to say, which is the truth, right? And I think we all know that like the people we love the most, we don't give a shit what shape their body is.
Just friends, it sometimes comes out and
Wait, say it again.
and I don't know
What'd
how to
you say?
recover from that. I feel bad. I'm like, I don't want to reflect on you. I'm trying to be better.
Well, but you know what? I think the best thing that you, this is my advice, which you kind of asked for, but I'm not supposed to give you, but my advice is to like continue.
Yes, give advice, give advice.
My advice is to continue to like externalize it, right? Like that's the thing, is even when you say I have body issues, you don't have body issues, Chip Dip. You have been brainwashed by a fucked up culture, right? So like to continue to be like, wow, sometimes I get caught up in talking shit about my body because I'm a victim of this culture, and like she can too. So you guys continue to externalize that, because I think specifically, I mean, I'm a cis woman. I think cis women continually do that we like internalize it and we make it our problem. It's not your problem, you know, and it's not your friend's problem. It's unfortunate, but like you can keep being like, God, I hate that my head goes to this place of like thinking bad thoughts about my body. Because I bet she hates that too. But if you guys could like get together and then like rage at the culture together, there's nothing
We
more
should
healthy than that.
reading with you together.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that would be good.
Sure. Let's do it.
I'm loving it. Business deals happening on Zoom, on live, streaming everywhere right now. This is the manual economy, people, working right before your eyes. Does anybody have any thoughts, questions, comments, any other things for Paula before she goes to dinner with her dad on Zoom? LOL.
I love all of the stuff in the chat, you guys. Thanks.
Wait. Yeah, I feel it's funny. I have a friend, and I'm sorry if you're watching, but I'm not gonna say your name. She has a pinky toe that is actually faced this way. So the nail is like facing that way. And we've been making fun of this toe. We've been making fun of this toe for years. And then actually recently she confronted me and she said, hey, I don't want to talk about my fucking platypus toe anymore. And, you know, so I think it's really important just to be generous with our, you know, you don't want to be, Trump said it this week, if you're woke, you're a loser. So, you know, we don't want to be, we want to be real, we want to be honest, but we do want to be really conscious of when people share with you what's going on for them. We want to be aware of it. And we just want to be aware, like not talking about each other's bodies and not making our bodies the thing, you know, and just totally acknowledging that we're in these weird little meat sacks and they're really temporary no matter what. Even if you live to, sometimes I see those things online where it's like, this woman lived to 109 years old. And it's like, do I want that? Do I want to be here till I'm 200? I'm not sure. No.
No.
What's my body going to be like then? If I'm already peeing in the pool, who knows what kind of a head case I'll be in a diaper, So it's really just important, I think, really to enjoy the moment and to love your body in this moment. Paula, that was fucking absolutely perfect. I'm so glad you're a real meditation teacher because mine was LOL. Really good timing. LOL. I love it. Radzi, any other thoughts? Because before we bring up our mundane masculine to sort of be the intro to our comic Denise.
I think it was perfect. I think the only last thing I want to say is, it's also interesting, and Paul, you can tell me how you feel about this too, is like when people, I think it's just important not to even talk about the bodies that we think are even beautiful, like to highlight constantly, because that is always something that is just like annoying to me. You could be in a room watching a show and then it's like somebody will highlight the person's body on TV or whatever the case may be. Mind you, while everyone else is sitting there now instantly comparing themselves to, oh my God, but I don't look like that.
Right.
I don't have that. And it's like, okay, so how about we just not talk about it at all? Because it really is irrelevant unless we're talking about ourselves. I don't think we should be talking about anybody else. It really is.
I agree 1,000%. Don't talk about bodies. Bodies are fucking boring. It's so fucking boring. Don't talk about it.
Yo, that is real talk. Bodies are so fucking boring unless you're talking about mine and you say, damn, she look good no matter what. That's really all I care about. If you say, damn, Sarah, you look good, fat, you look good, then we don't even know what spectrum you're on because you just have. And I hope you said to yourselves too. Paula, thank you so much. That was fucking bomb. Okay,
Thanks,
I'm gonna stop the recording. Everybody sign up with Paula if you've ever thought one bad thought about your body one time. That's your coach. Hold on. Recording stopped. Okay, Todd, you're on deck, and then Denise, you're after Todd. Okay, here we go. Recording to the cloud. We're back. Hey, you guys. Welcome back to the Zoom renewal. I did come inside because, again, I was yelled at by my neighbors for motivational speaking too loud. But we have a fabulous, packed night of Aquarius full moon entertainment on deck. And next, we have, you love him, I love him. He's here early this time. Usually he comes later, but he is on Fire Island, and I think he might already be crunk. So please welcome our mundane male. We want to hear all voices at the Moonual. Todd, are you here? Okay, Todd is here. Please welcome Todd Chapman to the Moonual.
What's up, everybody? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Most of you know me. My name is Todd Chapman. I am the leader of the pro-life movement. That is bros in the pro-life movement, because there's a bro in every embryo.
Yes.
You might see I'm a little relaxed today. I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt against my will. I'm here in Geese Lane's hideaway. I don't know if you guys know this, but I am the third cousin once removed from Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes.
And she's got another hideaway on Fire Island. So I'm unfortunately here with a bunch of queers, including her gay godson.
Hello, just Ghislaine. Hey, godson here. How are you? I heard someone talking about gay theater camp earlier, and oh my God, it's totally my life.
It's my worst fucking nightmare. I've never had a worse time in my entire life. He's pro-life. He's pro-gay. I think he's a top, whatever that means.
Honey, you haven't seen my ass. You have no idea.
It's bad enough to be related to Ghislaine Maxwell. But to have to... Hey, Ghislaine, are you on the phone with Hillary Clinton? What are you doing over there? You
oh
saw
my God,
that.
my god aunt is like best friends with Hillary Clinton. Did you know that?
Whoa.
I'm in a world of hell. Do you know that Chelsea Clinton is a full-on vegan? That's against...
Okay,
That's against
she
God?
may be a vegan, but her fucking leather accessories, oh my God, bitch, like work. Like I just can't even. That shit is not vegan. That's real leather.
Send help. It's an island. I'm stuck here because of this hurricane that God sent because clearly he hates queers. He sent it to Fire Island. I'm stuck here with Ghislaine Maxwell and Mr. Top himself, Mr. Potato Top. I don't even know what he goes by. This is a nightmare.
Are you telling me that I have a muffin top because I know we were just talking about body issues a lot, and if you're accusing me of having a muffin top, we're gonna have issues.
Did
right
you know?
now. We're
I'll
gonna
get Paula in here.
Okay.
Yo, Paula, you gotta work with Keith Lane's cousin. Who is this?
God,
I'm
son.
actually her godson.
It's blasphemy to even use the word God in their relationship.
Well, that's
my
true
God.
because my mother is actually a Dominican witch, and so
A
we don't believe
bruja,
in.
if you will.
Yes, the word is bruja. Okay, Todd. Just because you're a cis straight white man does not mean you get to
Christian!
dictate
You forgot Christian!
anything to us. All right. My God.
It's
how
a
does-
living nightmare.
Are you
I'm
friends
here.
with this person? Like, are you literally friends with this
Are
person?
they
We're
friends?
just trying to give him a platform so that we're representing all voices here at the Moonual.
I'll have
Well,
you
to
know.
me, I'm sorry, but for me, because this is 2021 and we always talk about me, I'm just gonna have to say that this is really triggering and offensive. And I think that this person should be deleted from every platform. Twitter, Instagram, Grindr, Scruff, delete, 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 delete.
Okay. I have so many issues with what you just said. First of all, triggers are for guns, not for emotions.
What's a gun?
You
Are you gonna call me a fag? Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
I
Call
would
me
never
a
say
fag.
that.
Go ahead.
I call you a gaffer because that's the other way. A gaffer?
Do you know how to spell? Like, did you go to school?
No, I didn't go to school.
I'm sorry, but like, where are you? Like, are you from a red
I'm from
state?
Poughkeepsie,
Are
and you
from a
know
red
it.
state? Poughkeepsie. That's
He's been
kind
drinking Aperol spritzes
of,
all night, and it's an
Poughkeepsie is
issue.
kind of like a red state. You know, it is where actually George. Do you guys remember who George Pataki is? No, you wouldn't. You're all too young.
Yes, yeah.
George
Fucking
Remind us,
Gen
remind
Z
us.
bullshit. Anyway, George Pataki. Well, he's actually from Peekskill, but it's near Poughkeepsie, and you kind of are just a red state Pataki, I guess.
Did you just call me a red state Pataki? I don't know what any of those words.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Emmy's from Poughkeepsie. Emmy's from Poughkeepsie.
Emmy, please.
She's actually running. She's directing the show. She's running our live streams right now. I put her to work, but she can hear you and she's in the chat.
But wait. Hold on. Todd, are you like, so we're like best friends with the Clintons, but I heard that you were friends with Andrew Cuomo, which is like super problematic.
I'm just a fanboy.
super problematic.
I'm a fanboy, and I only became a fanboy after the sexual harassment stuff came.
Well, you know, before he sexually harassed 1,100 women, he actually did withhold $400 million from NYCHA for roof repairs for Black people just because he hates Mayor Bill de Blasio. I bet you didn't know that because I bet you're an ignorant red state person.
Okay, first of all, I blacked you out 30 seconds ago because I was just thinking of the newest movie I watched. So fuck you, man. This is dumb. Just because I'm a virgin and I've never shot an actual gun doesn't mean that these liberal gays get to make fun of me because I wear Hawaiian shirts under my gun vest.
Well, guess what? I'm not a virgin and I shoot my actual gun, which is my penis, about 6 times a day in someone's asshole. And now I'm going to go cook Hen of the Woods mushrooms.
Save me from this hell. Get me out of here.
Wow,
Get me out
Todd,
of here.
Todd, that was an incredible intro.
Wait,
Now,
is
Todd,
Desi here?
Desi's here. Are you gonna hit on her? Desi, where you at?
Wait, Desi, come here.
Desi.
I'm right here.
Okay. Hey.
Are you still sexually attracted to me even though I'm at the bottom top Fire Island mecca?
I don't know, bro. You know, they say like you need to look at how your date treats the wait staff, and the way you just treated that gaffer, I'm like blown away. I don't know anymore, Todd. I don't know anymore, Todd.
Wait, if I
Do
treated
what?
you nice, would you fuck me?
If you kiss the gaffer live on camera, I'll fuck you.
Come here. Come here. I'm it.
Tongue him.
I'm supposed to kiss you.
Yes.
Kiss me on the lips. I tested positive for COVID.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, guys. Just like George Abbott, vaccinated, but positive.
Todd, how do you feel? You've been indoctrinated now.
I'm not horny and my dick's not super hard.
It's only soft. It's just a chubby dude. You just got a chub. That's it.
It's
huh?
I'm so unturned on them. It's inverted and I can taste it in my own mouth.
So gross, dude. You know that if you put garlic in your vagina, you can taste it in your mouth? Did you know that? Yep. Yeah. Sarah knows. Look at, I see yeses.
I
see
do
yeses.
know.
Yeah. You can homeopathically cure certain things, certain infections with garlic. And if you put one in your vagina as antibiotic, you will feel the taste in your mouth almost immediately. That makes me
I
wonder
never
what
heard
else
that.
will taste
That
good.
Todd, have you ever put your balls in soy sauce?
Oh my God.
Who told you? And how did you crypto encrypt my computer? I didn't. I thought it was Ponzu.
Can you taste it in your mouth?
I had the rare yeast infection of the male balls, and I went to a website that I thought was encrypted and was apparently a joke site. And it told me to put my balls in citrusy ponzu sauce for days on end. And I do as I'm told because I believe in Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior. Amen.
His tongue tasted so gross.
Get out of here! That's a joke. That's a joke cameo. That is a joke cameo. No one's ever seen my balls except Jesus H. Christ.
Okay,
You know
so you
what?
haven't had sex. Okay, so
Grapefruit
if
is
you
like-
guys, wait, no, sorry. If you're new to the manual, there's a big debate as whether or not Todd has actually had sex IRL. So you're telling
Well,
us
he
Todd,
said
no one's
he
ever
hasn't.
seen your balls?
He has. He has.
Who's that? Who the fuck
You
is
got a
that?
non-believer.
That's a deeper voice.
I have had sex technically. If sex is defined as communing with your Lord and praying so hard about sex that you might want to have.
He did call me God a number of times after he came in my mouth.
He is lying! I'm stuck on this island of hell and sin. Everybody has their dicks out. I just went to a bar called Ice Palace because I needed some seltzer, and it was the only place because of the hurricane that were serving water. And apparently I have bottom energy. I don't know what that means. But I'm done.
Does anybody have any questions for Todd before we let him go back to the gay bar with his boyfriend Hillary Clinton's nephew?
I'm not going back to the gay bar. I'm just going there because they have cheeseburgers.
Like I said, I'm actually her godson and we're not actually related by blood.
Okay.
If you get wrong one more time that my mom's a Dominican witch, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
And again, I want to stay alive on the renewal. Does anybody have any questions for
And
Todd?
that is why we do not spend any time in the pines, because if you did, every single person you would meet for an entire fucking week sounds exactly like that, and fuck them.
We're so sorry. We're so sorry. We're all love here at the renewal. Todd's face. Does anybody have any questions for Todd before we move on to our next comic, Denise?
No one has questions. Everything is settled. Everything we've said here is clear.
Desi, where's Desi? Desi's off. She's feeding a baby. Anybody? Chip Dip, any questions? Samantha, Radzi, questions for Todd?
No questions.
I just want to know, Todd, how do you feel about your male body?
I actually am very evolved when it comes to my body. I realize that we're just a bunch of meat sacks that are living here, and it is such a waste of time to worry about your moles, your pimples on your balls, your pimples on your butt, your pimples on your butt dick. Like, it is just such a fucking waste of time to worry about that. And I already knew all that shit that she was talking about, so I was literally bored.
Whoa, that's beautiful. Okay, that's wonderful. Any other questions, comments, thoughts for Todd before we bring up our next comic?
I love you guys.
We love you, Todd. We're so glad you came. You can come back later too if you want. I'll message you.
Don't ask Todd to come. It smells like fermented.
Fuck you! I'm getting out of here.
Excellent work. Okay, let's pause this live stream. Wow, really interesting stuff. Okay. There's a space between your ears and your eyeballs and the back of your head. That's your cranium, and you don't have the body issues. I'll meet you there. So that was your host comic, Denise. We actually have live comedy from a comedian coming up. I don't know what she's gonna do. I was trying to tell her it's loose. It's hard until anyone comes to the mural to know truly how loose it is. So you might want to unmute just so that we can give her some love. unmute, unmute. Everybody unmute if you're at your comp. Unmute, 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 unmute. Where did you get that shirt though? What shirt? Todd's Hawaiian shirt. I will ask him to put it in the chat. That's a really good question. We all want Hawaiian shirts. That's beautiful. Okay, so your next comic coming to the stage. She's a cis woman as well. I have no idea what her sexuality is or if she was born a man, but you're gonna love her. Please welcome Saturn and Venus in Aquarius, live from, oh wait, someone's entering the room. Hold on, admit. Unmute, unmute. We gotta laugh at this person. She has no idea what she's doing here. We're on Zoom. Give her love. Please welcome our next comic, Denise Taylor.
Hello, guys. How's everyone doing?
Front.
Good.
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 Can you guys hear me?
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank Paula and Todd so much for that amazing two intro acts. Paula, I totally agree. Like, I think as women, we're conditioned to think that, like, getting hotter is somehow not just going to solve our problems, but also, like, society's problems, you know? Like, the other day I was looking in the mirror and I was like, if I just lost like 5 pounds, the train would run on time in this city. You know, I really thought that. But yeah, no, I'm so happy to be here. I'm going to do a little comedy set, and then Sarah and I are going to do a tarot reading. So this is going to go well. I'm an only child. Any other only children in the house?
No. Yes.
Yeah, woo, one very confident woo. That's only child energy right there. No one ever checked this girl in her life, right? That's the thing, is like, you can blame your social anxiety on an only child, but you can't blame your romantic stuff on it at all, right? Like, I can never be like, hey, I'm really bad at flirting. I guess just because I never had siblings, you know, like, I don't even know who I would bounce that off of, you know? I don't know. It's, I feel like, you know, during the I already had like a pretty bad attention span. And then the pandemic's just made it so much worse, you know? Like, now whenever someone tells me a story, I pretend like I'm asking thoughtful follow-up questions, but really I'm just trying to skip ahead in the story, you know? Like, my coworker the other day was like, oh, you won't believe the trip we took over the weekend. And I was like, oh yeah, I can imagine. So how was the drive back? You know, I'm always trying to get pretty good tip. I don't know. I don't blame my parents for not having a lot of kids though, because kids are like little shits these days. I don't know if you guys like see like the Gen Xers and like people even younger than that, but like they're very smart. They like grew up with the internet. They know psychology lingo now. Like, you can't even bully children anymore, right? Like, in my day, if you called a kid a name, he'd be like, I know you are, but what am I, right? Now you call a kid a name, and he's like, you're projecting. And it's like, oh my God. Like, that is what that is, isn't it? Just like 8-year-olds on the playground, like, actually, Caleb, I think you calling me a turd really illuminates the turd you see within your own self. And you're like, I can't do with work or anything, you know? I don't know, therapy is good, but therapy language is making us all sound a little annoying, right? It's like a little too clinical for feelings. That's why, like, astrology is like more spiritual, but like therapy is like very clinical, right? Like, people don't have demons anymore. They have trauma, you know? Like no one's got a big heart. They have empathy. I feel like in 2 years, people's wedding vows are going to be like, meeting you was a really positive experience. You know, it's so gross. And like, I feel like that's not how it used to be. If you like read like old letters and like poems and books and stuff, like, people were very poetic because you had to metaphorize your feelings. Like, you had to go outside and be like, I kind of feel like that tree swaying in the wind in the middle of a storm who wants to fuck its mother. You know, that's what people used to talk about. Much more poetic. I don't know, but I'm really bad with feelings. I know that because I was at dinner the other night and I had to send my food back after learning it was made with love. I was like, I can't. You guys need a little hard menu or some shit for this. I really can't. But no, I don't like dating like really nice guys either. Like, to me, dating like a nice guy feels like putting your hand on a railing and then finding out it's sticky, you know?
Ew.
I'm just like, oh, this is gross and not worth the support it's giving me, right? Like, it's But that's normal. You're supposed to feel that way. No one likes the people who love them for no reason, right? Like girls don't like nice guys. Celebrities hate their fans. I can't imagine God really respects like super religious people, right? Like, it's, like I think they get to heaven. And he's like, "Ew, you believed that?" You know, like it's some poor guy's like, "Yeah, I believed it. I followed every rule. I'm even wearing the outfit." And God's like, "Yeah, you look crazy, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Now, come on in." But what if that's the thing? Like, what if religious people at the end are like a little bit embarrassed, you know? Like, I think the first thing they hear from God is like, "Bless your heart," but it's like not in the tone they thought it was going to be. That's my honest prediction for the afterlife. I don't know. I was raised in a mixed religious household. Actually, my mom's side is from Turkey, so they're Muslim, and my dad's very like white Republican Protestant from the Midwest. And if I were to describe my religious makeup to you, it would probably be like Muslim sun, Protestant moon, and let's be real, Jewish rising, right, Sarah? Everyone in my life thinks I'm Jewish. My Jewish friends are so surprised when they find out I'm not Jewish. They're like, they like just think I'm Jewish all the way through, and then I eat a piece of cheese comfortably, and they're like, "Whoa, what is happening? You don't check yourself every time?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I live a very normal lifestyle. I don't have to pop a lactate every time I leave the house. Like it's, you know, like lactate, that's really prep for Jude, right? Anyway, and if you guys don't get that, you need more gay friends. Let's see. I do have a boyfriend now, though. He is a little bit younger than me, so when I buy him clothes, I have to get him something he'll grow into, like emotionally, you know, like, "Oh, you'll like that sweater when you're 30 and you have a job interview," you know, like that's the kind of thing. But we got in a fight the other day watching that show, The Queen's Gambit. Have you guys seen that show? Queen's Gambit fans?
Yeah.
It's about a little orphan girl who becomes a world chess champion, right? And it's actually so inspiring that none of it ever happened. And my boyfriend turned to me and he was like, "Yeah, I knew that shit was fake because women aren't that good at strategy." Yeah. And I was like, we're very fucking good at strategy. It's just that when we learn that, we use it on real people. Like we're not gonna with your stupid Downton Abbey action figures like, "Oh, there's a king and a queen and the bishop has to go sideways and everything has to be in place before the grand ball." No, fuck that. The game women are playing is fucking Mayan soccer with a human head, you know? Like no one comes upon a game of Mayan soccer like, "Oh, what are the strategies here?" You're just like, "That's Fred. He was a chess champion. Now he's a ball." Like that's the level we're on. My boyfriend was like, "Yeah, whatever. If we played a game of chess, you wouldn't even know where to put the pawn." And I was like, "Dude, you're changing my oil right now. Like, you are the pawn." All right, guys, that's it for me. Let's get into the tarot reading, Sarah.
Wow, wow, Denise. Thank you
So
for doing
good.
stand-up comedy on the Zoom. Todd warmed him up for you. I got Todd to come at the beginning, not the end. Okay, where's Razzie? Razzie, are you still here? We're gonna pull some cards for you. Okay, so first of all, Denise, come back. Thank you so much. Brilliant, beautiful, brilliant. Razzie. Oh wait. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we have Razzie here. So I read Denise's chart the other day. There's more to say. I could send you her chart. What you need to know is that Denise has her Saturn and her Venus in Aquarius in the 6th house. She's a Virgo rising and a Capricorn sun and an Aries 8th house moon. Okay, so now we have our cosmic channel, Nicole Razul, aka Razzie, the Crystal Messenger, here to read your cards. Denise, do you have any particular question, or do you want Razzie to just pull on a whim?
I just want it very
Razzie,
natural.
channel for this bitch.
Make it hard for me. No, I got you. Okay, let's see. So 6th house Aquarius. Got you. 6th house Aquarius, what you said, Venus?
Venus and Saturn in Aquarius in the 6th house.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So there's a lot of like highlighting around like what you're working on, your lifestyle, day-to-day activities, basically either expanding or with Saturn there, especially.
She also has her Chiron in Leo opposite this moon in the 12th house. So I told her the other day she is an accidental, reluctant psychic.
Right. Okay, so I want to pull from, well, card already fell out too. You got King of Swords that fell out, right? Which is an interesting first card. It could mean that there is a lot of either a strong masculine figure that you need to talk to, or that you have some intense words that need to get out of you, to kind of any particular or just in general. But let's just keep pulling and see what comes up, because with that, okay, all right, there's cards, right? And then you got King of Coins on top of that. So these are like two strong masculine energies. It doesn't really have to do with masculine figures in your life, but definitely there's this thing with discipline around money, or having like a pressure to be disciplined more. It could be with money matters. It could be with what you say in your words and things that you want to get across. There could be like some pressure in terms of that sixth house energy, which once again goes back to like working. Sometimes it's also about health. And so you could be getting like pressured from forces around you to take care of matters, right? That you just need to seemingly handle. But the thing with this kind of like Aquarius energy is that this is going to be where these unexpected occurrences come from. So this is like an unexpected turnaround that if you listen to your intuition, High Priestess, right? If you actually sit back more into your feminine nature and you don't use your voice, you don't feel pressure to say the things and show up when you actually don't feel like it, because that's kind of what this energy is about, is like saying that there's like, and then there's a pressure there for you to go into your masculine and take action and take charge when you don't actually have to. So this is you actually sitting back and being like, not even saying no, but just being silent and just not being available, and pulling your Aquarius of, oh, I'm not going to get that thing done. I'm actually just going to go and work on what I want to work on right now instead, in silence, so that you're not bothered, and then letting the chaos fall where it may, because it could bring down, you know, some interesting power energy for in different areas, right? Like if you're in, like you could be playing the cog in a wheel for someone else's like game or purpose that isn't even your own. So when you actually remove the little thing that you do, it actually reveals how much what you do is needed, but also how much you could just put that into your own and like let that part go, since this moon is about like really releasing some bigger things.
Wow, that's incredible, because I just declined 2 calls from my boyfriend. So
Okay,
that's
huge.
I am shooting down the masculine energy.
Got it. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I don't want to get too much into the boyfriend thing, right? Because it could be, you know, maybe more, right, with your intuition, like what's being asked of you, or what maybe could be manipulated out, right, into from you, that just really has nothing to do with you. And it's kind of like making a bigger statement of like, yeah, no, I'm good. Like I'm actually good. I'm gonna keep my energy for myself. Oh wow. And then the Lovers just fell out. So
Wait, what does that mean?
I mean, the Lovers is literally right about the like lovers, right? But it's also about, see, in this term, it's like the Lovers represents the Gemini energy, that duality and that reflection. So this could be that in order to, all right, I want to pull out another card on that, because I don't want to say anything. I want to pull out another card. So either you already know whether or not this is like your soulmate or this is not it, right? You kind of just know.
You don't have to say it, but you can blink once or whatever.
and so like with that Lover's energy, it's saying like use your intuition really to kind of source through the things that are happening right now, and allow this person to reflect what you really want without asking for it, because you really don't have to. It's going back to that, where you don't really have to ask for what you want, but you also shouldn't be asked to do anything that is like, whatever is being asked of you, you just need to give it right back and reflect that. You just need to reflect that, like, hey, you're missing something. You need to go figure that out. There's, you know, this is your responsibility. And that will reveal some bigger things and help this kind of have that unexpected twist that it needs to figure itself out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. It's like you need to just like be in your feminine energy and let the things happen to you and then kind of filter it out as they come with your energy.
Yeah. And I mean, the lovers isn't a bad sign, you know, towards the relationship itself, because it's like, you know, there is a meeting of like there's a point to this. There's a point to why you're dealing with whatever you're dealing with right now. And then also from the Oracle deck, this just came out, right? And it's cracked open. So
That
right. So cracked open is talking about surrendering to the alchemy of life, right? And a quote unquote rock bottom. Now, this doesn't mean that you are going to be experience any low lows, but it does mean that something will definitely reveal itself that will put you into this place where you might have to be like, all right, you know more about what's going on versus whatever is giving in facts and logic. So trust in what you're picking up on, and trust that if you are being quote unquote cracked open, that it's because this is the surrendering process to allowing that space to be open for like a new door to really allow some way bigger manifestations to come in, things that you could have been thinking about putting into your own vortex like years and years and years ago. If it is in terms of love, you know, then this could also mean you could be getting like you could be getting some unexpected. See, if this is none of this is quote unquote bad and you end up getting a really good sign, like it's like, hey, just put on a deal and about to let's get married, or like I got like, you know, something to do with money, something to do with like an investment, and someone's making an investment in you, then that's like, that's good, right? But allow yourself to not micromanage the investment, if that makes sense, by just letting like just letting it happen. Like you know what you want, but you also best for you in this moment, but like your guides kind of do. So if you just allow it to happen, whatever does happen could feel like a sudden loss to a sudden gain out of nowhere. So if you feel that out of nowhere, just like if you suddenly got something robbed, just accept it. Don't harper on it, don't react to it, and just wait for that next thing, because it'll be like instantaneous and then you just receive, which is dope, which is great. Could be if it has to do with the 6th house energy, could be with a job, could be with like random opportunity to work and make way more money and get way more notoriety with things that you say as well. So
yay.
yeah.
Wow. I mean,
Wow, that's so crazy because like there's a lot of stuff going on with like a project I'm doing that deals with that kind of thing. So it's like that's like spot on.
That's amazing. Okay.
Okay, everybody needs to get a reading from Razzie. This bitch is the truth. Sorry. We gotta hear it the manual. We got the truth through the manual. Denise, did you get what you needed out of your stand-up comedy performance sitting down on Zoom and your reading from Razzie? Any questions, any comments, any thoughts?
1000%. I'm gonna drop my handle in the chat. Thanks so much for having me, Sarah. This has been
Anytime,
awesome.
homie.
Thank you
Come
so
back,
much for reading.
come back.
It was literally spot on. Like I'm just very impressed.
Hell yeah, Razzie that bitch. Yo, Denise, thank you so much. Everybody follow Denise. She's gonna throw shit in the chat. Now I'm gonna stop the. Okay, Sean's back home. Hold on, we're gonna pause the recording for a second. Sean, meditation teacher, your hour's fucking late. I'm just kidding. But Razzie's gonna do the astrology first, and then you can meditate us into our witch ritual with Sarah Barenberg. How's that sound? That sounds good, Sarah. That's cool. Okay, hold on a second. So here we go. We're going to replace a spotlight. Now, Razzie, I'm pinning you. We're trying to figure out how it works on live stream on this back end here. I'm not just muting and hiding my video to straighten my hair, even though that's part of what I'm doing.
Sounds good.
Okay, so here we go, Razzie. We're going to fucking record. Hey, welcome back to the Zoom Manual. Here we have your cosmic channel from the other dimension, Nicole Razul, aka Razzie, aka the Crystal Messenger, here to share her screen and share her knowledge about this particular lunation. What do you got for us, homie?
All right, let's dive deep in. I'm going to start sharing my screen and show you guys the chart. Here we are. Let me see if I can move it around without changing things. Okay, cool. So as you may already know, it's your blue moon, full moon in Aquarius. But as you can see, if you look at this chart, because this is literally for right now, Eastern time, 7:38, right? The moon is in Pisces. So I'm going to talk about the full moon. I'm still going to also talk on this energy that we're experiencing right now, because the full moon happened early in the morning, depending on where you are, could have been late at night. And we have been, for some people, it's high energy, because this is definitely a high energy time. Why? Because this little sign right here, Jupiter, is where the moon was also full. Right. So as we speak, it's also actually Virgo season right now. So we just transitioned together from Leo season to Virgo season. But when the moon was full, it was opposite of the sun in 29 degrees. And Jupiter's at 26, and that's where the moon was. So we were really at these quote unquote master degrees of Leo and Aquarius, because whenever, if you have in your chart degrees that are in the last decan, right, the 20s, from 29 down to like 21, then these are the master degrees of your chart. These are the energies where you're, so to speak, the oldest version of that energy. Where we started the month at was in the wee beginning of the degrees. So we were coming to this month. Leo season is all about what we love. It's about putting ourselves out there. It's about showing up and showing out. And we ended with that same energy. But when we ended, it's a very different feeling from when we began. So if you can think of just what did happen coming into the beginning of this month, whether you were working hard or not, or going through something crazy, and where you're at right now. And a lot of where we're at right now is looking at our situation for what it is, right? Everything this month highlighting how far you've come, how much you've changed, but also how far you have to keep going, right? So we're feeling both of these sides. We're feeling the things we've learned, where we've quote unquote matured, where we've changed, where we're a lot more confident in Leo, that Leo energy of feeling proud of what we've done, but at the same time looking into the future of the vision, and still feeling that Saturn in Aquarius restriction of how far we still have to go. So it's a very bittersweet time coming out of this portal, because in the last few weeks, we were switching these visions, we were switching these narratives into the higher timeline that we actually want to be in, right? All of the new coming into our lives. We're seeing how we react to the new coming into our lives from old trauma, old roots. And we were giving an opportunity and a chance to take ourselves from that old trauma and plant ourselves where we're at. Not to say that there isn't anything happening in the now that could be triggering, right? Or could be quote unquote not at its greatest, right? But you're planting yourself somewhere new, which is further along your path than before. So now we have to readjust to all of this energy inside of ourselves when it comes to how do we react, how do we talk, what do we do to feel this expansion? Because the expansion comes from that Jupiter presence, which is all about gaining, right? It's about gaining, it's about getting more of the knowledge, of the wisdom, of the philosophy of this time. So we've been gaining nuggets of wisdom on who we really are. And like I said, maybe looking around and being like, okay, now that I'm adjusting to this, who I really am and how I really feel and what I really want to do, does it actually align with what's happening around me? In the last few weeks, we got to see both of that, what aligns and what doesn't align. And we will be feeling that still, but now that we're coming out of the portal, right? Now we're officially in Virgo season with this moon in the beginning degrees of Pisces. We're settling into this vision. We need some more rest. We need to actually sleep to gain the connections within our brain so our bodies can just do the work, right? To actually bring us closer to this vision that we have. And with the sun in Virgo, this is gonna be harvest time. This is why the vibration could have went from really high energy to a little bit more serious even today. And then outside of the sun switching in Virgo, we still have Venus in Libra, which came into Libra last week, early in the week. Venus actually rules Libra. And Venus is trining Saturn exactly, and trining the North Node as well. So what does that mean? We have this grand air trine playing out that is really supporting our mentalities. So this work that we're doing with getting into our mind and sitting with ourselves and our thoughts is really helpful. It's also really helpful to have conversations right now about what you see for yourself happening in the next few years, right? The changes happening in the world and how you see yourself adapting and shifting your own life. It's good to talk about them, even when it's hard to talk about, because you have to properly identify if there's still fear lingering in your body. And this, because we were talking about it earlier, intuition and fear and what feels good and what doesn't feel good. And it really kind of is that simple, right? With all this air energy right now in the chart and the moon in Pisces, we can identify what feels good when we look into the future and what doesn't. And I was saying this too in my last live, like if you're crying right now because of things, if you feel down, just ask yourself, are you crying or do you feel down because of something that's happening right now? Or is it because of something that is a projection of what could happen later, or a projection of what has happened in the past, right? So those are the questions to really ask yourself. What are you feeling? And does it actually feel good? Is it happening right now? Is it in the present moment? Is it really here? And if it's not here, then you have to allow yourself to change your perception, which is that North Node in Gemini, right? And bring some more beauty and harmony into the way you speak to yourself. It's a time to really be soft during this transition. Because the things that are going to happen, of course, we'll be here at the Moonual, right? Twice a month or more, depending on how the moon falls, for the rest of these upcoming months, as all of these bigger things start to unexpectedly come up. There's a lot of, especially with this air trine, there's a defining happening, and the defining is something that you can consciously do and be aware of. You don't really want to slip into unconscious activity at this time. Whenever the moon goes into Pisces, especially if things are off and you're harping on the present, I mean, if you're harping on the past or the future, you can dive into something to escape in your present moment, and that takes you away from right now. And that's kind of one of the things that you want to avoid. Because let's say you're drinking a little too much, or you're smoking a little too much, or you're binging Netflix a little too much, and you're disassociating too much from what's happening. It means you're not really observing it. To be aligned with this energy, you have to observe what's going on while being detached. You can do the other things, right? You can drink, you can smoke, but you want to cut yourself off. You want to get into that sweet spot, when you smoke and then you start to channel information, you start to get ideas and you start to get creative. That's where you want to cut yourself kind of off, so you can sit within that space and actually meditate on what's coming to you. Don't drown it out, so to speak. Just allow yourself to get a little higher with whatever you're doing, even if it's just exercising, right? Don't overdo it. Just do enough to start to feel yourself and get stimulated, so you can see what's coming in for you. Because right now, a lot of people are facing a lot of unknowns coming out of this portal, and a lot of paths that we have that we're not really sure what the steps are. right? And that has to do with like a lot of the square that we were feeling from Uranus earlier in the week. And Uranus and Taurus delivering this change, still delivering this change, but at the same time, you want to, because you don't actually know, you have to get in contact with these higher realms. And it's a tricky thing to kind of just explain, right? But it's actually simpler than we realize, because it comes out in conversations. It comes out when we get asked questions. You know, talk to a friend and have them ask you, and you ask them how they're feeling. You have a conversation about what is going on objectively, and then see what kind of new answers are being formed, because this is a time where the answers are so new. They can't be anything that we've tried to do before, or else we'll run into another roadblock, roadblock. So I want to, right. And then we have Mars and Mercury in Virgo. This is still a very nitpicky energy that we're all feeling. So where Venus is in Libra, and it is bringing a little bit of this harmony, but it is getting closer to its opposition to Chiron, which is all about our identity and our self-identity wounds. So we're still feeling into, well, what hurts again, right? About how we have looked around and what we have identified with and where we've held ourselves back, so that we can really shed that. And today's a day where you can start to really confront yourself and write those things down. What has been holding you back? Where are you holding yourself back? Do you hold your voice back? Do you hold yourself back when it comes to taking actions and just being free in public? Can you dance in public? You know, something so simple as that. Or
We're my New York girls. We know we can.
hell yeah. Like, do you have inhibitions? Where are those inhibitions? Find them within your mental realms. Find them within your space, because these are the boundaries that we're breaking. Saturn in Aquarius, we're still continuing to break these boundaries, as well as set up a lot better ones, right? Mental boundaries with ourselves. It doesn't even have to do with anybody else. That's what that opposition to Chiron and Aries is going to show us. That if we have relationships in our lives that are crossing us, it's actually because we have left something open within ourselves that said that's okay to happen. That's okay. So if you are in your own mind, right? This is also a good time to do some mirror work. Mirror work is literally sitting with a mirror, right? And saying these things out loud, so you can look at your face and see where you also have fear, where you have insecurity. You know, when you start saying things into a mirror, like, I am beautiful, I am strong, I am this, I am the best at what I do, you can see it in your own face when you cringe a little, right? And so you want to keep saying these things to yourself until you see yourself more relaxed and you see yourself integrating, going back to that first oracle card, which is all about integration, because you want to integrate this person that you are truly becoming. And you know, the only thing constant, the only thing we can rely on is change, and air signs really know that best, because we absolutely just change. Even in Aquarius, which Aquarius is a fixed air sign, right? So it could get fixated on concepts, fixated on timing, because we have all of the air energy up right now. Timing also is something we're thinking about, but we're also realizing how time doesn't actually matter, right? Because you can't compare your time to someone else's. All you can do is get aligned to your own timing, and learning your own timing is something that you have to actually reflect on and look at your life and look into your chart and start to think to yourself, well, okay, if this hasn't happened for me yet, is there something that I feel bad about because I'm not married yet, because I don't have a house at this age, or I don't have this much money in my bank account? And when you're looking at your own timing in life, in order to sync up to that, This is a very metaphysical thing to do because it has nothing to do with anyone else's timeline. So this is about really refocusing onto ourselves, onto our own individual timelines, and 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 the thing that you want to actually ask for, other than all the releasing that we're doing, is just to have the next step highlighted, not the far away vision, because we did enough of that, tapping into that this whole month. Now that we're stepping out of this energy, what are the next steps? It's about getting little things done. That's all, right? That goes back to the Virgo energy, the Mercury and Mars there, where Mars is allowing you to have that aha moment and that feel good when your intuition is on and is saying, this is what I do today, right? This is what I take care of. This is what I actually nurture in the morning. I need sleep. I need to actually rest today. It's not thinking about the bills that need to get paid 3 weeks from now. It's thinking, well, what do I actually need today that's going to make me feel good, so that when I wake up in the morning tomorrow, I can get a little bit more done and a little bit more done. So it's about doing the prep for tomorrow, not the prep for the far vision of the future. Do the prep for tomorrow, to feel good tomorrow. Have the conversation that makes sense today, so that you know tomorrow you have a solution. Tomorrow you have a better conversation with this person that you have to have a hard conversation with today. So that 30 days from now, at the end of Virgo season, you will have gotten so much done by just making sure tomorrow is going to be a better day than today. Of course, tomorrow is not necessarily guaranteed, but that's where Virgo shows us that, okay, even if we're not here tomorrow and something doesn't happen for us, the crops that I'm growing is going to feed my kids, is going to feed my family tomorrow. So no matter what you do, you're setting up a better vibration in a space for someone somewhere that will, if everyone is doing this, then all of what you're worrying about will get taken care of tomorrow too, without you even realizing it, right? Or maybe realizing it and having that gratitude. So confront those things that you need to confront, have those conversations that you need to get anything off of your mind, your chest, about you. And remember that when you're speaking to people right now, your Venus across from Chiron, especially for the next week or so, you are speaking directly to yourself at all times. So keep that in mind. You're always speaking to you, right? So you can be speaking to someone else about what they're doing, but you're still essentially speaking to yourself. We're all sharing perspective on the planet, and we're all just have a different one, so that we can quote unquote collect all of that data for the cosmic, like what is it, like mega iCloud up there that's holding all this information. And we all have our own different times in space. So your timeline is now moving in your own direction. You don't actually have to race anymore. There isn't a race, there isn't a doing. Like I said, just make sure that your space, right? If you're on this train moving to a destination, then your space is just what is on the train with you, right? Whatever you have with you. So you have to make that space feel good, and you have to make sure you're comfortable right now, and that you are connecting and talking to the people and the space that you actually want to, right? Instead of doing the things that you really don't want to do, because we're getting ourselves out of that mentality and we're switching to a whole brand new lifestyle. This Virgo season is going to be so important because it's going to be unlike any other one we've felt before, for obvious reason of what's going on the planet, but for also the not so obvious reasons of how we're all learning what this work-life balance, this new work-life balance really is. How we're all coming to terms with, we don't actually have to work as hard. We do have to work smart. This is the Aquarius energy that was trying to show us. It's about making smarter moves, tiny, small, smarter moves that give you so much more time. We're all taking our time back. Now, when you get all this time, it could feel overwhelming because that old narrative is like, now you have to do something with this time. You have to go create, you have to go, take care of this and blah, blah, blah. But that's the part that we're reprogramming as a collective. you don't have to do anything with that time right now. You just have to accept that you're getting more and more of it. Start planning for tomorrow. Okay, well, I have a lot more time tomorrow, then what would I rather do? What actually brings me joy? What actually makes me feel good? And you want to put that into practice every single day, because if you do the things that you do in Virgo season, those things make so much huge impacts 6 months from now. And it's cool to write those things down. It's good to remember later, so that you can come back and see like, oh yeah, I was writing how this is what I wanted to do. These are the things that I wanted to start. You know, I wanted to start making more of a presence online and starting a YouTube channel. So just start the YouTube channel, you know, learn the tech like how Sarah was doing before this started. So you can start live streaming everywhere and do those little things, because those little things you're doing as you're doing them now, those are the things that are just going to be set in stone, that are going to be running seamlessly months from now. So it is important to remember that, because we're switching so much right now. We're switching our community as a whole. We're changing all of that. We're changing communities. We're changing our minds. We're changing the people in our lives. And if even without trying, right, this is happening. So accept the gifts that have been given to you. If you've gotten any gifts today, if you get any gifts this week, like I said, that have a lot to do with time. So if you get any breaks, mental breaks, actual breaks, and you can give it to yourself, just take that and sit with yourself and ask yourself, what do I really want to do? What would I really be doing if I had this vision of the future happening now? And then do that thing. A lot of the times, especially this week, it just might be sleep. It just might be getting up and looking at a sunset in the morning and journaling a little. And that's it. It might be cooking a meal. It could be very simple things, because for Virgo season, as we're feeling this shift, we're realizing what it takes, the little things, the little practical matters that it takes to be free, and the practical matters that it takes to be ourselves. And we have to put it into action, because we're not really used to living authentic. We're not used to living in a world where no one gives a shit about everyone else's opinion, except, you know, that they care that you have one and that they're interested in listening. But that's it. You know, they're not trying to convert you to do anything, and you're not trying to convert anyone into anything. You're just existing. That's very foreign to us. It's so foreign, it's almost alien. And that is what this full moon is about. That
Alien? Aquarius? Alien?
Right. So we're entering this upgraded alien time of loving unconditionally. And it starts with loving ourselves unconditionally. All of that is, said was really just to get to this place of, you have to learn and practice how to love yourself unconditionally, how to love yourself despite what you look like, despite what is being said, despite everyone else's choices on the planet. Your choices matter for you, because you know why you're doing what you want to do. And if you are solid on that and you're solid on yourself, your sense of self is only going to expand greater and greater and greater as the days go on. So I hope you guys got something out of today's forecast for the full
Razzie. Exceptional. So if anybody has any questions for Razzie, you can ask them now. I also have some journal questions that could go, I think just perfectly with Razzie's reading. So first, any questions, comments, thoughts for Razzie before we get to journaling? Then Sean, if you're here, you can meditate us into our practical witch work with Sarah Barenberg. Questions, comments? No? We had some in the chat. So there was one question that was, why are the Mercuries in Virgo? Why are the people with Mercury in Virgo great to travel with?
Oh, people with Mercury in Virgo? Oh, because Well, someone with Mercury and Virgo, especially on traveling, right, which is very like in the moment, right? That person is going to start pointing out the things like, hey, you know, you forgot your toothbrush right before you leave the door, and you almost accidentally forgot your charger, or
It's
do
like
you
why I only date Virgos.
right? It's getting, you know, traveling is something very spontaneous, but even in spontaneity, if you have someone who's paying attention to those details, well, then they're gonna kind of correct problems before problems even happen. They're gonna be able to properly look at like all the 5-star hotels and be like, this is the best one for us, all right, let's just go there, right? Even without hardly thinking about it, you could kind of trust them to make those decisions. Okay, what's the best restaurant to eat? Let me look at the menus. Okay, it's that one. And you think they're just randomly choosing, but no, they're actually, you know, making a real educated guess on like where the best quality is going to be at and what are the best decisions to make. So it's like those fine-tuned, tailored decisions that a Mercury in Virgo is able to speak, is able to get their point across and not waste any time, and like figure out what are like plan in their head instantaneously what's the best thing to do. So yeah, there definitely are great people to travel with for sure.
I love Virgos. I love Venus in Virgos. Are there any other questions on this Virgo tip? I'm going to give you some journal questions. We can ruminate on them. Sean's going to meditate us into some practical wish work. So any other questions before we move on?
I have a question.
Hit them.
I think that I asked you this before, Razzie, when you did the reading for me back in June about has anyone noticed that they have more friends that are the sign that comes before your sign?
Yeah.
And like why, like if there's any correlation as to like why that may be.
Yeah. So like the signs that sit next to each other are basically semi-sextiling each other, right?
What does sextile mean?
So sextiling is when they're 3 away, which is basically like what that like 30-degree orbs for each, right? But either way, when they're like 3 signs apart, a sextile just means that just like sex, there's like a very creative merging kind of force happening, right? So it's able to merge and birth something. But when you look at the semi-sextile, like for example, I'm a Libra, so I sit next to Virgo and I sit next to Scorpio, which means Virgos and Scorpios are going to be very, very different than me, so to speak. I'm going to be very different than that Virgo and Scorpio. But with the Virgo and Scorpio, I'm going to be able to, they fill in all my differences and I fill in theirs. So together we're able to create that vortex of everything we need from each other, you know, without really trying, because especially when we're all being ourselves, the things that I say are like perfectly in the moment for that Virgo, and the things that the Virgo chooses to do is perfectly in the moment for me. And so with the Scorpio, we'll be able to like get me to be intense when I'm trying to chill and lay back, and we kind of, it's like a good energy that bounces off of each other. But so to speak, you could even have some of your biggest problems with the signs next to you just because of those differences, where it's like when you're having very one-on-one intimate time, it could get like maybe too much, because be like, you're so different than me, I don't want to do what you're doing right now. Yeah, or you think so much different than I do that it's like annoying. So those are just like indicators of probably when you're spending too much time together. But other than that, it's great to be around those signs because they remind you of your perspective that you don't have, and that duality really kind of helps into just growing. That's what makes people and friendships really grow, is when they're not exactly the same and you have that difference in outlook.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do we always say at the moon? You will disagree without being disagreeable. That's how you learn to work together.
Teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work, you motherfuckers. Any other questions, thoughts, comments before we move on to Sean's meditation, and then we will do some practical wish work? Chip, did you have a question or no? You're just like everyone's all Leo around me and I got to do all the homework.
Oh, I was just like, yeah, I have a lot of Leo friends. Like I get attracted to Leos very easily.
What's your sign, Chip Dip?
Sun sign Virgo.
That
So
had
it
a
was
lot
like,
of-
yes, this question is amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love it. Any other Virgo questions before we move on to a everybody get a little, if you're into flower, or I've been eating edibles this whole time, but if you like weed, grab it, because we're going to do a Nama Blaze meditation. But any other questions before we move on? Razzie, brilliant. If people want to work with Razzie, you can hit the link. I'll post it right now. We have the Moon Market. So if you're here at the Moon today, you can order a $66 reading from Razzie, or hit up her website. We'll post it in the link. She'll give you a one-on-one session. She'll rock your motherfucking world. Sorry, not sorry. You know, we're just psychic. Sorry. Fabulous. Questions, comments, thoughts? I'm going to stop the recording and restart it.
Just so good, Nicole. So good as always, every word.
Thank you.
Cosign. Thank you, Mark. Needed it. Anybody else? Last chance. Stopping the recording. Yeah, it is. Okay, Sean, you here? You on deck? Nicole, fabulous work. Now we are going to take a moment to recenter ourselves in our bodies now that we've got that huge cosmic download just programmed into our bodies and our psyches and our new DNA. Sean, okay. Oh, Savoy's World just entered. Great timing, Sean. Sarah, you're on deck. Okay. Hold on. Shawnee Pants, I'm gonna spotlight you. Where are you? Oh, here you are. Sean, are you ready to meditate us into the fucking zone right now so we can actually practice witchcraft and manifest shit via candles and thinking? Did he just leave? No, there he is. Okay, great. Someone else's stuff. That's fabulous. Okay, hold on. Sean, you got to unmute.
Bam.
Boom. Okay, so I'm going to play the
Bam.
track, right? So for anybody who doesn't know you, while I get your track ready, who are you? What are you going to do for us tonight? You're preparing us for witch work now. So different assignment than before, but I feel that you can handle it. Nama Blaze.
Nama Blaze. What kind of magically witch work?
We're going to be doing practical magic with spices, mason jars, and candles. Mm-hmm.
And you want me to mention some witchness stuff?
I want you to just channel from the other dimension, really. You're a 12th house son. I know you can handle it. I'll start to play your track. Am I sharing my audio? I sure hope so. Okay. Tell me if it's wrong or bad, because I'm about to start it. Okay, Sean, are you ready to actually channel us into the next dimension so that we can practice witchcraft and actually have it fucking work?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, same. And let me just get your freaking track.
Hey, Sarah on the track.
Which one? You want one or two?
It doesn't matter. They last 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's about as long as anybody I've ever been with has lasted. So that's fucking fine.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Always being comedy. We're here. We're out here. We're doing it. Okay, so.
Okay.
Can you hear this? Hold on.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. So now everybody mute yourselves so that we can hear Sean and my little computer exclusively, because we are learning. Okay. Very good. Here we go. Hold on. Fuck. I lost it.
Wait 1 second.
Yeah. I'll wait one motherfucker.
First, everybody, if you have a joint, light up your joint. If you have a drinky, have a little drinky. All right.
Okay, we're gonna get it crunk now to do witchcraft. Is everybody ready? Sean, I'm gonna restart your track.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute myself so that your audio is good. But if you realize there's no music, give me big face and I'll unmute myself. Okay.
Okay. This is big face. Oh wait.
Okay, this is big face.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear it?
Yep. Yo. How's it going? Let me guess. You're wondering how to tap into the deep circle and tranquility of your own mind. But you don't know how to get there. You don't know how to find the calm. But the first thing we gonna do, we gonna breathe. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Now close your eyes. And if you're driving, just close one eye. Keep one eye open so you can still see what's going on. Now, to dive deep into the tranquility of the effervescence of your own mind, you got to start by believing in yourself. Everybody always says believe in yourself, but what does that even mean? That means letting go of all the bullshit, letting go of others' opinions, letting go of other people telling you that you can't achieve stuff, and finding your calm. You got to get grounded. You got to get your root chakra on. How do you do that first? You got to breathe. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Now you're wondering why all this stress is happening to you all the time and why things never seem to go your way. You may think that you're doing things right, but still feels wrong. That's because you're not focusing on your own mind. You're focusing on a trained mind that's ruled by somebody else. You got to start ruling yourself. Have some patience. Trust in your patience. And realize that you don't have to go that fast to keep up. You can still be slow like that tortoise that was racing that rabbit. You can come out victorious as a tortoise. Relax, find your calm, and get grounded. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Because your time is now. Your time to push forward. But push forward patiently, calmly, and effervescently. Know that you're special. Know that it's time to let your magic shine. It's time for you to shine, sparkle. Like a wand twirling in the air. Do you?
These are the words of the metastaphological thinker. Put your hands together and join me as we say, Nama Blaze.
Nama Blaze.
Nama Blaze.
Nama Blaze.
Nama Blaze. Oh, Sean, that was so fucking magical and practical. Any thoughts from the road after this mid-show channeling that you did before we get into our witch work, or any questions for Sean, etc.? That's a hard
Do
no.
you have like recorded stuff on YouTube that we can listen to, or on your social media?
Yeah, on Nama Blaze on YouTube.
Okay, so you're gonna
And
want to follow
Nama Blaze Universe on Instagram.
Nama Blaze on YouTube, Nama Blaze Universe on Instagram. This dude makes the coolest clothes. You know I love merch. Sean's merch.
You
is the
skip
shit.
Blackburn.
What'd you say?
I'm representing Nama Blaze right now. Wait, hold on. The light's coming. I'm outside. Can you hit? Oh, damn.
Can you see the moon? Give us the moon shot.
Let me
That's all.
give you
Hit
the
the
moon
pipe,
shot.
get the moon shot, and get into witch work.
Oh, God. Where? There's no moon yet.
Okay. Keep us. You'll be our official ground reporter. Yes. When the moon shows face, I want you to fucking show screen. Okay.
You got it.
Very good. Any other questions, comments, thoughts for Sean before we introduce our practical witch worker, Sarah Berenberg. Fabulous, Sean. Thank you. Perfect timing. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Recording stopped. Everybody fart, burp, do what you need to do. Here we go. Here we go. Next up on deck. Get your candles, get your pens, get your paper, get your lighters. We're fucking doing it. Hold on. Here we go.
Meow, meow.
Bam, bam. Okay, everybody. Next up, recording to the cloud. Yeah, it is in progress. Welcome back to the Manual. We have our head witch for the night here on the screen. She's not the abundance bruja. She is the abundance Jewwitch.
We can go with that.
Can we go with that? You just said it.
Yeah, we can go with that.
The Jewwitch of the West. Please welcome Sarah Berenberg, Humbly Mystic. Please teach us how to manifest shit using household items.
What's up, guys? Okay. I'm not gonna lie, we're doing some serious shit today, which is why I'm veiled and going extra with the glamour magic. Ugh. Glamour magic today.
We fucking love it. We fucking love it.
So, also I need glasses because I can't fucking see you guys. So with that said, we've already cast a circle over here with some cards. We're gonna do kind of a combo of banishing and a road opener today. Oh, that's interesting. Right as we said banishing, it went. So since we're going to be doing some road opening, I kind of went around my apartment to all the mirrors and like, this is a screen and covered it. And this is something you can do at home too with like a potato or a citrus. I happen to have a lemon sitting around. Mirrors are kind of seen as portals into, you could say, different timelines, dimensions, realms, however you want to look at it. But when you're doing like serious spell work, it's just something, you know, you just want to close all the doors because you don't want your neighbors seeing you doing weird shit, you know? So you're going to go around and you're going to do counterclockwise for banishing. So I kind of just did that for us, but that's something you can do later or like on a Sunday, or like if you need to study and not be interrupted, like you can just go around and like, you know, metaphorically close portals that way. So now that everything has been closed in that sense, I am very much like a physical meditator and work with my witchcraft in that way. So I like working with keys. You can use your car keys, your apartment keys. You can go buy a skeleton key. And I just like to, you know, turn it off and on. So it's been off this entire time, just like waiting for us to all come into, you know, this space, if you will. So we're just going to turn it on. Welcome. And yeah, I do this like by myself too. I just want you guys to know that. And so what we're going to do with this like combo jar is the jar is going to be like the big banishing part. And we are going to fill it up with that. Also, feel free to like pop in if you have questions or if you want to like talk throughout this. It's going to be just like info throughout it. But so we're going to do the jar. Your jar can literally, if you don't have a jar, you can draw it in your journal as a metaphorical jar. I'm going to use an old cannabis container. You can use a pill jar, a mason jar. There's, you know, a cup with tinfoil on top. There's different ways you can go about it.
So Sarah, I just have a question.
Yeah.
If I were going to choose between this Flanagan's to go cup or this Amtrak hot cold mug, what would be the, we're talking people that aren't prepared for this. What do we do? Do we do a Flanagan's to go cup or an Amtrak koozie mug?
Well, you're going to throw it out. So probably Flanagan's.
Done. Thank you. So make sure that it's something disposable unless it's a mason jar.
Yes. Yes.
Done. Thank you. Get your shit out, Razzie. I see you. Get your fucking jar, bitch.
So, and the other thing is like, I'm gonna give you guys some like of my own like private shit from my grimoire.
Prove it.
So I asked, this is from, check the date, December 26, 2020. So I made this then. I was working on protection sigils. So if you want to use this, I would recommend you can either draw this on the bottom of your jar with a Sharpie.
You can write it on a piece of paper. You can etch it. I'm using this as my candle today. You can etch it into the bottom of this. But basically this sigil holds the phrase, I am divinely protected in it.
Can we see the sigil again?
Yes, yeah. I'm gonna draw it out for you guys where you can like actually see it. And I've used this like Christmas, I guess, of last year. But so this is what it comes out to.
Oh, okay.
And you can draw, I mean, if you want to draw another circle around it, some people like to do that. But this is what I use in my spell work for like being divinely protected. Sometimes I'll draw it and like I'll charge my like shit on it that I wear out of the house. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna take your jar and you're gonna either put it on the top of a piece of paper, draw it directly on the bottom. You can put it on a piece of paper and put it in your jar if you want. But we're just gonna put that sigil right on there. And this is it again if you need it. And you're also, if you have a knife or something, gonna carve it into the bottom of your candle. Because what this candle is going to do is draw in the road opening energy, and it's going to also see as it melts, it's going to seal in whatever we're banishing in the jar. So you just want to make sure the bottom and the top of the jar are protected. So that's like this on this. And the reason I'm using a cat is because I'm getting another foster cat tomorrow and they're really protective. So I'm just like trying to bring that good energy in too.
Okay, so I'm gonna use this gold candle because my pussy that gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Also, you can think of it as it melts down. I forget the art, but somebody was explaining to me, like if you crack a jar or crack something, in a lot of Asian cultures, they'll build the thing back together with gold because your imperfections are like, you know.
Oh my God. I have to tell you why that's so special later. Fuck.
Tell us now.
Well, okay. So bottom line is I went to Marshall's before the Moon, which is also next to the Spirit store here in West Palm Beach. I go to Marshall's. I was looking for a maxi skirt to go with my bathing suit top because I was not going to have time to shower. And then I was like, fuck it, get a new tarot deck. You gave Desi your tarot deck. You need to be able to shuffle and play too. You got ADD, right? It's a manual. Yeah. So I'm in the car. I just make this pit stop at the fried clam fast food joint. I eat the fried clams. I drink the lemonade. I'm feeling a little bit bloated. I say, fuck it. I'm wearing a bathing suit top. I'm getting a maxi skirt and I'm wearing it above my ribs, right?
Yeah.
Go to Marshall's. Get back in the car, decide not to go to the expensive spirit shop because I don't even want to spend money. I just want to make this in and out easy. Get back in the car. Nothing at Marshall's that I want. I start the car. It won't start. I don't have AAA here on my aunt's. The car is from like 2001.
Right.
It's my aunt's. She never even had kids because she didn't want to deal with this type of shit. But here I am. I cannot flush the toilets. I can't get the hot water on it. Now the car won't start in the Marshall's parking lot and I've got a fucking moon to get to, right?
Yeah.
So I say, fuck it. I just need to surrender to the universe. I run into the spiritual shop that I actually didn't want to go into. The dude's a little bit creepy. He sort of follows you around. Like we have treasures in troves. And it's like, he's a hoarder. Like the store's too full. I had to move in order to get the candles that I ended up buying. I had to move a bunch of fucking handmade ashtrays carefully off of the candle that the selenite was holding up. Like it's really like he could be on TLC. This guy has too much stuff in the shop, right?
Yeah.
Dan, remember I messaged you the other day. Have you heard of this place? Because I was gonna sell him your fucking, where is it? Here we are, hydrating New Moon Sanctuary. Elixirs. Favorite sip of my life. I was gonna sell you to this guy, and then I was like, I don't want you in this shop. Everything is too fucking close to each other and chaotic and piled up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whatever, I go fucking, I'm going in, I'm getting what I want. I get an abundance candle and I get a special candle for us to carve into tonight and a couple of other little guys, right? Get into the car, blah, blah, blah. AAA is a problem. It takes hours, but eventually I get on my aunt's AAA plan. I get all my stuff out of the car. I'm waiting for the Uber. He's going to give me $6 cash. I'm going to give him extra in tip so that I can leave my car at the Marshall's parking lot with $6 and my keys under it so I could come back to do the manual. Okay.
Nice.
And I noticed as I'm transporting my stuff from the car onto the sidewalk where I was sitting in front of Marshall's to be picked up by my Dodge Lyft driver, that my abundance candle had cracked. And so I was like, oh shit, I wonder if I could just like switch it out. So I ran back to the weird guy's crystal shop. He's not there. It's closed. Moments later, it's closed. So I'm like, oh, yo, not only just do weird, just there's no hours. But then again, who am I to judge? The manual hourless, right? So it's kind of crazy, right? So then I'm here. I'm like, I haven't done much that's funny. I hope that I'm not. Desi messaged me, "Are you too crunk? I'm a little insecure now," right? I said, "No, I eat some edibles, whatever." But here I am. I'm like, I'm just going to chime in here from the back line. It seems right to say, for example, because I was sort of having a hard time following too. I was like, wait, so I want to draw this like Pac-Man Burger King thing on the bottom of the candle. And so while I was learning, I said, okay, take a minute. You can make it funny here. You want to be clear that you're doing this and it's because gold, because you're pussy good, right?
Yeah.
But really, it was gold because I am now burning. I've been right before the moon, I started burning the abundance candle that's been cracked on the sides. I have a paper plate that I had to find because Desi hid them somewhere in the kitchen. That's for the real ones. IYK. But so right now, so I'll show you. Here we are.
That's insane, dude.
So here we are. No, I'm not lying. I am. Everyone's like, you exaggerate.
So you got to melt some of this wax into that candle.
Well, that's fine with me, but I want to show you that I'm not lying. Can you see? Hold on. Look at my crack little. Your name.
That's it. Yeah. Also, if you have that kind of candle,
I guess it wasn't that
like
I could have let that one go. It wasn't a great shot. That's a good note. Anyway, keep going. Yeah, that's my candle.
I was gonna say, if you have that kind of candle or a candle that's in a jar, you can carve it into the candle that way too.
Luckily, I bought a second candle because it's like me to just break stuff. You know, it's actually not that out of character. So now I could carve in this one. But either way, can you believe I offered up the gold? You're like, gold is how they put pieces back together. Yeah, I motherfucking have those pieces in the car.
Of course you do.
Because I wasn't going to litter, you know? And so I'm going to put the candle back together with the gold that we melt tonight on the manual.
Okay, so you got your jar, right? So cleanse that jar. There's different ways you can do it. You can use sound around it. You can drop your phone around it. Hold up, guys. I'm here. It just, hey, are we still here? Okay, so you can use sound around it to cleanse it. If you don't have like incense or like cedar or some other type of wood or Palo Santo, you can use the smoke in it this way to cleanse it. That's just to make sure everything's like good inside. And then we're gonna get to our objects of discomfort or whatever we're banishing, if you will. If you have a physical object and you feel comfortable sharing it, I'd love to hear about it. I can go first. This is a necklace from somebody I used to date that I really love, but the necklace I love, let me clarify. But it's just like weird to wear it now. So I'm gonna take part of it and banish it in this jar today and see how that goes. And then I'm gonna call in new energy to this new cat that's coming into my home. So that's my item. I'm taking this little key charm from it and it's gonna go in my jar. Does anyone have a physical object that they brought that they're like, I want to banish? And if not, this is the time, you know, to take a piece of paper and like just draw a list or journal about what you want to banish. And you can crumble that piece of paper up and put it in your jar as well. What other notes do I have? Okay, we'll come back to that at the end.
I have one I could banish. I could do it if you want.
Yeah, let me know. What's
I
up?
was just like looking for stage time.
Do it. Tell me what you're
Hereby
banishing.
declare, hereby declare, I am ripping a paper, I'm writing on it. I hereby banish overdraft fees.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Banishing overdraft fees tonight. How about y'all?
Yes.
I'm gonna banish my credit card debt.
Boom. Fuck off. Who else?
Sarah, I have a question. Are we writing what we're because I don't have a candle and I don't have a jar. Do I write it inside this or just on the paper? Do I write it?
Either or, whichever you feel drawn to. If it were me, I would just make a little jar like that and write, my list like that down it. And then you can either crumble it up and put it in the jar or fold it away from you. You don't want to fold it towards you because then you're going to be bringing all those things back to you.
Okay.
So you're saying it's like this. So you're saying it's going overdraft fees away from me.
Yes, exactly.
Mooniversity, starting in the fall.
Fuck boys, away from me. Tuition, away from me. All of these things.
Away from me.
Anybody else? You Razzie, what the fuck you banishing?
I was just literally thinking, I'm like, sometimes like I have a hard time thinking like, what am I trying to like get rid of? What am I trying to...
Oh, she just loves her fucking life. She loves her fucking life. She's so fucking centered and vegan. She loves her fucking life. Fuck off.
But also on that note, go ahead.
No, really, I just want to know, like, is there like a quick way to really think about this and be like, yeah, I'm trying to let go of X, Y, and Z.
You can just be like,
credit
I
card
let go
late fees. Sarah, credit card late fees. Get them out of here.
Oh my credit card debt literally on the scandal already.
Credit card late.
You can also just say like, I banish anything that's not in my highest good on this highest timeline.
Huge. That's a cheat code. Write that down. Write that down. That's a cheat code. Say it again.
Gotcha.
So you can be like, I banish anything that isn't in my highest good on in my highest timeline from this point forward or whatever, or starting on this moon. You can do stuff like that. Because that's another.
You could listen to that in 0.5 time and write it down in real time. I know we both, the Sarah's talk a little fast, but we're with you. Banish all the shit.
Banish.
Mm-hmm.
And then actually, I was thinking about Razi, you really led us up great to this today because everything that like this spell was built for is about being present in these liminal spaces while we and it's so it's about like that transformation and like holding on and being present while it's happening and then getting to the other side and being like, oh, cool. We closed the door. No one threw up. We made it on time. Like that whole thing.
Even if you throw up, all good. You made it.
Mm-hmm.
The vape made
and
me.
You also want to say like, yeah, so this is like not only a banishing, but like think of it as a contract with your like, this is you updating your soul contract coming out of these portals. And you want to, you want to make sure your production.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I want you to finish exactly where, but in the chat, I want to make sure we have narcissist men, nepotism, and capitalism. Can we get a banishing of? Can we get a banishing of? Oh, fear, Razzie. Yeah, there's one. There you go. Thank you.
Fear.
Fear in the chat. She couldn't think of it. Fear. How about that's basic. That's
I mean, I really remember everything I was just channeling, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is
it's that simple. It's that simple. I look at him like, don't banish me. Don't banish the manual, Razzie.
Well, it's also everything that was said today. That's also why I set the circle earlier, because all of that energy is going to build into this spell work.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you want to talk about like your candle colors, like black is usually good for banishing and protection. White is good for purity, protection, cleansing. It's also a color that you can program to do like whatever you want, really. Another good color that's used right now for this type of spell is yellow or orange or red. This is the candle I went to my witch lady to get, and I told her, you know, I want something to draw in and blast out. So this is like our energetic blast for the circle happening.
Honestly, oysters on the half shell and tequila will also do that to you.
Mhm.
Bless you.
Other things you can carve into your candle to bring in. Speaking of cheat codes, these are numbers and kind of their angel correspondences, if you will. You can do 111 is to manifest your intentions and kind of be like, yeah, I want that extra oomph. You know, like Nicole was saying, like, we just got to keep going. 222, if you feel like you need faith and you're having trouble seeing like the good in humanity right now, that's a good number to put on there. It's 222. If you feel like you need ascended masters, 222 is your
Razzie,
address.
look at the chat. Razzie, look at the chat. Wait, pause.
So what's address is 222.
Wait, but my special
address is 222.
And my special number
and
is
you've lived there
222.
over 11 years.
That's crazy.
So what's interesting
with
one of the offerings, with one of the offerings I have for the house cleansing, for the house cleansings that I'm offering, your house number has energetic meanings as well. The homes that you've chosen are talking to you too. So if that's something that you're interested in and knowing how to make your home more energetically sound, you come talk to me after the Moonual. It's in like my study of feng shui
Moonual.com/moon market. You can book your appointment there. Moonual.com/moon market.
Other numbers, 444, if you feel like not only you need guidance, but you need support. If you're feeling lonely right now, 444 is a good number. 555.
Carving these into the candles on the top. Wait, Sarah, I want to be clear. We're carving these into the candles on the top and on the bottom and in the jars.
Or on the side. Yeah, so on the bottom is going to be like the banishing and the pulling in. So you're going to think eventually this is going to look like this, and this will melt to seal it.
Fabulous.
Ideally.
Love that.
But I'm just going to draw my numbers into the side of this cat right here for like what
part of the journey are we on?
Oh my goodness. She's back and doing witchcraft.
I just got the
She
text.
just came back. She had something important. She came back. Phil, listen, anybody who's just joining us now for witchcraft.
Who's there?
Our friend Haley's here. She has her friend hiding in the corner off the camera. That's cool. Moonual is all about stages. That's, everybody at the improv show is important. Even the guy doing the door, right? Okay, so Sarah, please fill our new friend Haley in, and anybody that's just joining us on the chat now, because we are doing real work here right now.
So welcome to the circle. We are in a very protected space right now because we are doing a spell jar that's not only going to be banishing shit while we're in this weird portal space, but we're going to also draw in and do a road opening at the same time. So it's going to be like a double whammy as we like push ourselves out of this Lionsgate portal or whatever. So the shortcut of where we are is take your jar and you're going to fill it with all the shit you want to get rid of. And if you can't physically fit it in your jar, you can write it on a piece of paper and put that paper into the jar, fold it away from you, or crumbled up. So that's the catch up.
We've been banishing narcissistic men. We've been banishing overdraft fees. We've been banishing debt. We've been banishing, whatever, short men. But that's not true. I'm just saying, anybody listening, it's just banish whatever the fuck you want.
And then, so where we were now is like numbers you can use to draw in for the road opening part. 555 is for, big changes and to really use that blast to pull in versus out. So 666 is if you need a reminder actually that you are an infinite being, surprisingly.
What's the deal with the devil?
What's the deal with the devil?
Yeah, what's the deal with that?
Okay, you know what? It's interesting you bring that up because I was reading and learning this week about how in music theory, tritones were, are blues notes. and that's used in what's considered the devil's music or the devil's tone. So in a lot of like traditional hymns and stuff, they avoid that the tritone basically, which is, you know, a 666 type of thing too. So there's something
Kira
there
in the chat,
about.
yeah, Kira's a musician. Kira, Kira's never heard that before. Very cool. Very interesting.
Yeah, I learned that
Can
this
we
week actually
Google like
too.
the tritone devil binaural beats or what? Like, how do I listen? It sounds up my alley. I think I like it already.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a lot of blues music. It's in a lot of pop music you hear today. So it's like
my loneliness
not so much a thing.
is killing me.
And yeah,
is that it? Okay.
something like that. If you want esoteric wisdom and like are trying to like connect with your psychic self, 777 is a good number
to connect with your psychic self.
Yeah. So we'll do that. I want this cat to be psychic. 888, wealth, prosperity, abundance. Sarah, you need to write 888 on yours since your candle's cracked.
Wait, what is 777 again?
777 is like esoteric wisdom and like getting in touch with your psychic self. Yeah.
Yeah, we already have that. We're good on that. But let's do the next one because I got a crack ass candle. Okay.
Okay, so 888 is what you need for wealth and prosperity. 999 is if you need to complete a project, if you need that extra oomph or you're just not feeling motivated. 999 is good.
That's very like Hitler. That's like 9-9. Get in line.
999.
Get in line, Nazis. 9.
If you want to bring in the energy of the Fool card of new beginnings, of seeing things through a child's eyes, it's going to be 000. And then 1111, I mean, crowd favorite, another association with Ascended Masters.
So now, for anybody that joined late, Abraxas just showed up. You don't have to go through the whole thing because I've now jotted it down in the notes in a completely dumbass way. So someone's gonna have to update that. That's why I'm not the Virgo doing this part of it, but I got you right now.
Yeah.
Journaling, you're good. Keep that mustache on the journal. Very good. Okay. Now, for the beginning, 111 222 333 444. I feel like I only started journaling here in the chat about 5. Oh, Val's here. Great. Perfect timing. So start us up. Just give us the beginning ones again.
For the numbers?
Yeah.
111. Your intentions are manifesting. So to manifest. 222 is if you need to call in like more support and faith into your life. You're feeling like hopeless.
How about that?
Or lost. 333 is to connect with your Ascended Masters and your team. 444 is if you need more support from them and you need, like angel support specifically. 555 is if you really want to take a hold of this like road opening thing. It's good for jobs, for changes in your life. If you want to manifest a move or something like that, 555 is good for. 666 is it's like your infinite dream bigger. So it's like, that's your highest self. Take it away from this negative connotation. It's about connecting with your highest self. 777, esoteric wisdom. We were talking about psychic connection. 888, abundance, prosperity. 999 is a completion, significance, trying to get to the end of a project, something like that, building a team. Maybe you need a board or a job or something, and you want to be the person on that team. You can do that to be like, pick me. And then, or you can do 000 for, beginnings, the full energy, that type of thing. Yes. Then the Kyle completion. And then this is the fun stuff for the kitchen witches and like, where I like to mess with jars, depending on what you're banishing. These are different things you can use your herbs for. Depending on what you have, like you were saying, McCormick Coven, rosemary is a very, very protective herb, not just in a metaphysical sense, but it tends to also be, I want to say, antimicrobial as well. Possibly antifungal. I need to check that. But so, you can also throw that in there to be like, okay, as we're getting rid of this, like, don't let the door kick you on the way out type of thing. So I'm going to throw that in there just to be like, I don't want any of this shit. What else do we have? If you have
all in our jars.
Yes, we're gonna fill our jars with whatever you got laying around.
Grab a jar, could be a cup. I'm gonna get rid of
Could be a cup. If it's a piece of paper, you can just sprinkle it on the piece of paper or sprinkle it into whatever trash can. Actually, hold on that, not.
Wait,
on that
Diana said in the
thought.
chat, I put so many things. Tell us, fucking spill it. I have this bag of shit. I don't know what it is. What'd you put in and why? Come on, here. Come
Where
on.
do we?
Yeah.
Where's our number?
Hey.
What'd you put in?
Well, I don't know if we got to. Okay, I put in my. This sounds really bad. I put in my fingernails.
No, we all did. We all did.
Yes.
Yes.
So nails and fingernails or metal nails, depending on which one you're called to, are really good and protective, and also just kind of like don't fuck with me energy.
Yes. Sea salt. I put that in.
Nice.
This
is also a good place for incense ashes too.
Tell them.
No.
Sarah.
What's up?
Yeah.
Diana peed in her jar.
Fuck yes. I was about to say that. I peed and put period blood. I've put a fucking tampon in a jar before.
I love the
Like-
fucking manual.
I love
Go. Turn your cameras off if you peeing. Turn your cameras off if you peeing. But honestly, we recommend. Fucking good thing this Flanagan's cup had such a big hole. I've been so jealous of Randy just
Mine
peeing
wasn't.
in water bottles with his little pee hole. Now, mommy.
Also, if you have cats or bunnies or pets, but specifically cats, I collect my cat's whiskers when they fall off. They have good luck. So I'm just gonna throw that in there for that part of the journey.
Yo, I'm literally gonna pee in my Flanagan's cup right now.
You should. If you
Wait,
have
Diana, why
blood,
did you pee in it?
Why?
Yeah.
She had to go.
Because I had to go now.
Yeah, you didn't. You live in a car, so you didn't have any. You didn't have a bathroom.
I needed to go somewhere.
Very
No.
good. Very good.
It's because I know that's what I did the last time when I made a witch jar.
Val's at the airport. Please don't pee in public at the airport. You can go into a stall. You can turn off your camera. We're actually just being funny, but we're making jars where I think waste and pee, I think it's pretty like on the nose actually. So I like that. Sarah, why do you recommend doing pee? Otherwise, if anyone's chiming in, I can see Val's face. She's drinking a beer. It looks like pee. But
I mean, it's sterile.
Wait, look. I'm talking about drinking pee. Look what Val shows up with. She's at the airport. She's like, I can't drink pee right now, but I got this. LOL.
That's so good.
Funny.
It's airport
It's so
pee.
fucking
good.
It's airport pee. That's fucking right. Okay, Sarah, thank you. So why do you put pee in it? And then please, now I have this jar full of pee in my banishments. What else we got?
So I will say stuff like that. I have some mentors who would refer to this as baneful magic, but I'm also like, no, fuck that. Like,
As
we're in
what?
charge of-
Baneful? Like from
Baneful.
Batman? Or you like, this
Yeah,
is
like-
bad,
like
this is bad
bane-
magic.
It's baneful magic.
This is
Yeah.
bad
yeah.
magic. What does that even mean?
So, but, you know, you can also put your incense in here, the ashes, and it'll pick up the property of that as well. Or if you have black salt, this is the time to add that to it. Any oils, sesame oil is really good for banishing spells. And then we're going to do a quick run through of a list of kitchen stuff. So these are just things to get your brain moving of like what you can put in here. If you want courage, pepper, basil, horseradish, nettle, yarrow, success, bay, rosemary, saffron, dill, ginger, lemon, mint, and basil. I would also say these success ones are also good on like a sterile cleansing level. Love, vanilla, cinnamon, coriander, lavender. If you are going to use vanilla, you want to balance it out with something citrusy because it can also like bring you depression. Peace, if you want to bring peace into your life. Mint, clary sage, lemon balm, chamomile. Happiness, mint again, calendula, chamomile, nutmeg, orange, lemon zest. Spices like allspice, nutmeg, bay leaf are also luck again. If you want to travel, use fennel seeds, mustard seeds or powders, parsley, comfrey. Money, anything green can literally do. Basil, dill, cinnamon's also good for money. Ginger, mint, parsley. If you need insight, sage, lemongrass, mugwort. Orange, protection. Okay, these are some big ones. Mugwort, caraway, clove, pepper, peppermint, garlic, basil, angelica. Health, would be allspice, angelica, garlic, turmeric, and rosemary. So like I have a big stack of herbs here, but end of the day, I just want to do a big energetic blast. So I'm taking my paprika and we're just dumping. And then I'm going to fill it with pea or whatever the fuck else I want to do. Some people like to take their candles and anoint them in oils. If you're going to do that for this spell, I would recommend either starting at the top and then going to the bottom, or starting at both ends and anointing it this way. Anointing just means rubbing it all over. Then what you're going to do, basically, oh, that was loud. What it's going to look like at the end, I need to pee in mine still, but like I have a plate with foil and I'm going to work with this spell for a few days, and I'm going to put my candle on top and melt it. Sarah, your gold birthday candle, what you can use to make it stick to the top. I don't know where my lighter is, but say you have a lighter. You just want to melt the bottom of your candle.
Oh yeah, like I'm branding a woman, or like a Nixium cult.
And then it'll stick.
Okay.
If you have like a very separate candle thing, just burn the candle next to the jar. It's not a big deal. If you feel like it's not protected, throw a circle of salt around it. Throw some cloves around it.
Wax on my mic, so I'm gonna, if I can do the circle here.
Yeah. So you can do that. You can meditate with it.
Candle thing.
What's up?
How do you do the candle part again? Sorry.
Sure, no worries. So if you have a jar situation like this, you can just melt the bottom of the candle so that it starts to like get like tacky, you know, and then you're just going to stick it on so that it stays, and then you'll be able to light the top and watch it melt over it.
Oh, cool. That's really cool.
So then, and sometimes it doesn't melt totally even, but it's more, you know, the metaphor of like closing it in, the drawing in of that energy. This is going to be the candle that you're using for your road opener. So when you're burning the candle, you know, you can journal about like what you want to bring in. It's a good time to do your tarot, things like that. And then this is a really important part. There's actually two important parts. This spell phrase is not from me, it's from Marcella Kroll, but I use it. When you light the candle, you can say, bitch be gone, bitch go away, you're not welcome here another day. So there you go. I like that one, short and sweet. And then the other important thing is this jar you're gonna get rid of. Once it's all sealed and melted a week from now. And there's certain ways you're not just going to throw it in like your regular trash, because you can't really confirm where that it's away from you. Something I like to do is bring it to a crossroads, which is like, for me, like, you know, you just walk down to like Hollywood Boulevard or something and you find like the closest public trash can and just toss it. And you just know it's at a crossroads, it's done, it's not mine. I don't have that energy anymore. Other ways you can get rid of it. You can throw it under running water and then throw it in your trash if you like don't feel like leaving your house. If you want to expand its influence, yeah, that's the crossroads one. So if you're really just like fuck off, do that. Or also like, yeah, I want to bring in, you can do it that way. If you want to destroy more influence with it, you can, you know, do more fire shit with it. Throw it in a pot and burn more intentions on top of it, like, or put it in a bonfire if you have access to that. If you want to keep a close watch on it, like if it's more of like a freezer spell for you, like you're like, I just want my mom to leave me alone for a month. If you're dealing with that, you can bury it in your backyard. That way you have access to it later and you can go back to the spell. Or you can throw it in the back of your freezer and that will freeze it as well. And then you can thaw it out and get rid of it at a later date too. So that's like the shortcut version of that. And then it's always, you know, at the end of it, you want to thank whatever guides you're working with. And just be sure to once again say, you know, that you want your protections and everything updated across all realms, timelines, realities. no matter, and if you're dealing with like something really heavy, you can say like, you know, no matter what my soul contract says, like my free will and my highest good overrides it or whatever. Like you can say shit like that if you want to. So that's spell work.
That was dope.
Any questions?
I loved it. Thoughts, questions, comments. I loved it.
Dude, I've been waiting for like the opportunity to use my period blood. And
No, Desi has been literally, she's an artist with no medium. She's an artist with no medium with all that fucking blood. Damn. That's real, dude.
An artist with no medium.
I literally
Let me ask a question in the chat. Do you leave the candle burning for a week until the flame goes out? Seems unsafe.
So some people have differing opinions on this. A lot of people are like, you can only snuff it out or you can't blow it out. My rule of thumb is you got to be safe above all else. I've had too many instances of calling my landlord saying, I left a weird candle in my apartment. Can you go blow it out?
That's so real. No, that is so real. I was looking for my snuffer. I think it's upstairs. You just get a candle snuffer so that you don't insult the ancients when they're doing their work in the flame. You get a little snuffer
also
on
just
that.
use.
Show them a snuffer.
You can use a bowl or a jar and do like that. You just have to cut off the oxygen.
It's like having a pet dog. That's fabulous.
My biggest thing is you just say thank you. Do you mind if I share my candle?
Please do.
Yes, share.
Please do. Kira, get the fuck in here. Get the fuck on the Zoom, bitch. Do I mind if you share? No, we are sharing and caring, bitch. That's what the millennials about.
And I'm trying to fucking banish narcissistic men and anxiety.
Yo, throwing out narcissistic men from the chat. Wait, I can't find your face.
I know. Hold on. I have such bad lighting in my.
Yeah, do you understand that 222 is like the code of the Moonual? Like you don't even. I'll tell you guys later, but like you don't even know.
I don't know. Well, I do.
Like my first cell phone was a Kyocera. It was lame. I freaked out at my dad because I wanted a razor that folded. It was a straight up Kyocera baby blue. I said, this is a boy band phone. And I threw it like a little brat. Okay. I talk about it in therapy. I'm sorry. But bottom line is I forgave him. He goes, fine. You don't want the cell phone? I said, no, I want the cell phone, but I wanted a cool razor, whatever. And then he told me my number. And I was never the same again. It was 2220636. That's my number. I thought, God damn, what a cute number. Okay, so 222 became kind of like my number for everything. 222 is my number. Nicole and I meet, happy Virgo season. Nicole and I meet 2 years ago on the Virgo new moon, and we start chatting, whatever. I tell her my 222 story. She has some 222 stories of her own, but then she and Sabrina, who's going to close out the Moonual, she's also George Washington in her past life, very, very cool, founding mother, live at, and Natalie, if you're here, their address is 222. Then Kira, who's my brother's friend's sister, who I harassed to come every time for months, shows up in the chat like, my address is 222, like it's her fucking own thing. And it's like, no, dude, code 222. So Sarah, wait, what does 222 mean again?
Let me refer to my handy dandy notebook.
I think it was like safety,
I
home,
think so.
family, manifesting magic,
like faith.
Those bitches.
Yeah. It's like when you're running out of hope.
That's where you go. You go
and
home.
faith.
222, the cutest number of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Okay.
Exactly. When you need faith.
When you need faith, you come to the 222. You will. We were going to send the Moon Crew. We were going to be the 222 crew, and then we were like, "It's an inside joke. It's never going to work." Right.
Also, I think was it Razzie or Blaze mentioned root chakra earlier.
Oh, Paula.
So here's your root chakra. Yeah. There's your sound healing, but this one's specifically for root chakra.
Do it again. Do it again. Wow, very, very mellow. Very mellow.
Yeah.
I like that. It wasn't loud, but it was impactful. Okay, wait. So, like, now what's interesting? Ooh, better. Mm-hmm. Healing. That's what's up. So now, okay, so I'm going to introduce to you. Now, Sarah, when you were talking about the devil's cleft or whatever, the person in the chat is also this 222 crew member. Please welcome Cam's sister, LOL, my friend Kira. Kira, what's your story? Unmute.
I just found out that my brother is in Croatia today, by the way, and I had to like figure it out by looking up emoji flags because I'm like, where are you? Oh, you're coming to the Cape? Like, where are you coming from? I'm assuming he's not coming from LA. And he sent me an emoji flag. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that is. I had to look it up and figure out. I'm like, why am I the last to know? We're in Croatia, and why aren't I there? Not cool. Anyways, so this was really, really cool, really great. I'm so interested in learning more about these kinds of spells and rituals. And I'm into it. I dig it, and I don't want to like take up too much time, but I've been meaning to tell Sarah Armour about this story because there was a ritual that I was on. Maybe it was end of May, early June, and Jess McCohen, is that her last name? Wait.
Spirit Baby Lady. We want to make sweatshirts for her. Her screen name should change. No, she's famous in the Moonwheel. Spirit Baby Lady, Jessica McEwen. Everybody get a session. She's so good.
She's great. And meeting her during the Moonwheel was great. Seeing her in action, very inspiring. I booked a session with her, which was on July 15th. And at the time, it was like 6 weeks in advance. So I've told this story to one of my friends, and I could tell that she was not following me. So I'm going to try to like make it.
No, that's like actually our specialty. Try us. We're with it.
Okay. So, but you're reminding me, because you're like Sarah, Queen of Swords, is going through this amazing ritual, and I can tell that it's very thought out and researched and planned, and you're experienced. I wanna burn the candle. I wanna find a candle. I wanna do all this, but I'm also very apprehensive. And then like I see your candle in the background there, Sarah, the different colors, Sarah, Queen of Swords. It's that kind of candle that's longer and it's in glass, right? So that just kind of reminded me, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. Why am I so apprehensive about burning candles? Why am I not gathering all these items right now? Like, I'm pumped, this is great, but why aren't I doing this? I'm like, oh yeah, forgot, because I'm fucking afraid of candles. And here's why. So it's connected with my session with Jess. So my session with Jess was great, very interactive and informative. I got a lot out of it. And one of the things she suggested earlier in the session was for me to do a burning ritual. And I said, you know, you're not the first person to make that suggestion. I think it's a great idea. I had an astrology session, you know, maybe a couple months prior, where it was also suggested to do a burning ritual as the lunar eclipse was approaching, which was a big one for me at the time, I think at the end of May. And I chose not to actually burn something. I wanted to do the ritual, and instead I did a really powerful meditation, and I visualized that I was burning something, but I didn't actually use a candle because I don't feel comfortable doing that. And I said this to Jess, and I'm like, you know,
I say that. I don't know if it's meant to be comedy, but I muted myself to be respectful, but I'm cracking up right now.
I just, like, I don't know.
I actually do not like candles. Actually, I'm afraid of that. It's like, dude, you're fucking, like, composing fucking, like, operettas. You're like, I actually do not like candles.
I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you why.
I love this.
Candles, I'm going to tell you why. So, but I've been wanting to share this story with Sarah specifically. So thanks, everybody, for listening. But I would love to get...
loving it.
This is a personal story. I'm really about to reveal a lot here. So, but I told Jeff, like... All right, I just put on pants, okay? So, I Jess put on pants for you. Actually, short shorts. I told Jess, I'm afraid of candles. They make me really nervous, and here's why. When I was in my early 20s, I was studying very closely with my teacher. His name is Tasiji Munoz, and he's a musician, free spirit guitar player, toured with Pharoah Sanders, played with you know, all the top names in the free jazz scene in the 70s and beyond, and he's considered a guru amongst the masters. Changed my life, and I was working very closely with him in my early 20s, and there was one visit where he gave me a candle, And it was one of those kinds of candles that Sarah has there in the background, but it was all white, but in like those Santa Maria candles, right? They're tall and they're in glass. They're thinner, but they're designed to burn for 7 days. So I'm given instructions, take this candle, take it home, find like a larger pot in your kitchen, put a little bit of water in there, and put the candle in the pot. So it's in a little bit of water. You're gonna light the candle and you're gonna let it sit for 7 days. Just let it burn. As long as it's there in that little bit of water, like
fire safe. What if there was soot?
Like he was just like, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be fine as long as it's in that pot of water. You'll feel more comfortable, but like burn it. Like I'm telling you, burn that candle. This is important. When you get home, do it. I'm like, oh my God, okay. Like I gotta burn this candle. Like I want to burn the candle. This is an important candle. I don't know why. I know that there's power to this direction. I want to do it. My teacher told me to fucking burn this candle. I want to light the goddamn candle. So I get home and that's like pretty much the first thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to follow directions, do what my teacher told me to do. And I don't remember if this was the first or maybe the second or third time he had told me to do this. It could have been the first. He gave me a couple of others later, but I'm trying to light the candle and it lights, and then the flame is very small and then it quickly goes out. All right, and like this keeps happening and I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on here? Like I know how to light a candle. Like it wasn't too far down and I keep doing it and I'm like, what the fuck? Like this candle isn't lighting. Like it's not staying lit, you know? And it lights and then it quickly goes out. It happened over and over. I called my teacher and I'm like, hey, this candle is broken and I can't get it lit. Like I don't know what to do. Like I'm concerned. I'm really like sad about it. And he was like, fuck it. Like don't worry. Just like leave it be. Next time you visit, I'll give you another candle. Forget about it. And I was like, okay. Then later that night, at the time I was living alone in a very small studio apartment. There was just 2 rooms and it was divided between 2 French doors. And my bed was actually like a sleeper sofa that was in the kitchenette area. And then the other room and space was like the living area with a fake fireplace. And I put the candle there in the pot with that, like at that fake fireplace, there were other candles. And I left it there. Like he just said like, forget about it. And I was like, okay. But I left it there wherever I wanted it to be initially. And I remember waking up in the middle of the night, like at 3-ish in the morning. And the first thought I had was to roll over and look over at the candle, and the candle was lit. And I was like, what the fuck is
No.
Holy fucking shit. I was petrified, terrified. I called my teacher at like 3:30 in the morning. I'm fucking so scared. Like, I've experienced fear a couple times like that in my life. That was like full body, like, holy fucking shit, that candle just lit itself. I couldn't get it to light for the life of me. Like, it was broken. It was deemed broken. My teacher said, forget about it.
I love this.
Holy fucking shit. Like, scared the shit out of me. Like, still, you can see it, like, right? I'm like, fuck that. Like, I have candles all around here. I got a fucking candle right here. I'm not gonna burn it. It's just sitting there. I'm not gonna try and light it.
This is like the divine, what is it, divine inception story? This is like, we gotta believe her. We gotta believe her. The candle just lit.
Yeah, that's some real shit right there.
You got the
Like,
candle
who
lit, the
does he
candle lit.
work with?
It was some real shit. It was right there next to my bed. Like, it was a small little studio apartment. So, and I'm like, how old was I? 24? Maybe. I'm living by myself for the first time. And I called my teacher at like 3 in the morning, like a little inappropriate, right? But
The moon, that's like 4.
Morning, and I'm like, oh my god, like the fucking candle. And he was like, don't worry about it. Like, don't think about it. Just let it burn. I wanted it lit, and it's lit, and that's it. Don't think about it. Just leave it.
He was using you for some witchcraft shit. I hate to say it.
Oh my god, Sarah! Oh my god, maybe it was erotic in the 5D. I don't know. I mean, Kira, tell us, was he using you?
He doesn't do witchcraft, but he wanted that candle lit, right? And I'm like, okay,
some 5D shit.
Fine, that's it, right? Okay, so I tell Jess this, who is the psychic medium that was on
Spirit Baby Lady, McJaguar on Instagram. You gotta have a session. Unreal.
her, and she's telling me, I'll recap, she's telling me, you should do a burning ritual for these reasons. And I'm like, hey, great idea. However, I'll tell you why I'm not gonna do that. I'm comfortable with candles, like I just do. Someone else told me to do it, and I didn't do it. Instead, I did like a visual meditation. It's fine. So, but I'm just saying, like, this is what's going on. This is what happened. This is why I'm apprehensive. Like, I'm very aware if I do burn a candle, I'm aware, like, and I want to, like, make sure I'm going to blow it out. Like, I want to know everything about what's happening with that candle.
I would bury the candle or just bury the jar then and not even fuck with the candle.
Yeah, but what are you going to tell the cops when there's like electric fire and then it's the crime drama is not going to make sense if she's like, but I buried the candle and exploded from within.
Exactly. No, but that's the thing, right? So like that's the thing. So I'm very aware of what could happen. And so I told Jess this, and she's like, she has a reaction. And she's like, okay.
Do an impression. What's her reaction?
Right? And then she's like, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so that was the spirit in the house. Like, it really had nothing to do with you, or like it wasn't related to you. It's just like a spirit in the house. Just trying to show you,
their trick.
Like, I'm getting spontaneous combustion. It was just spontaneous combustion. You were like, it just wanted you to see the spontaneous combustion. And I'm like, okay.
It's funny because I feel like Razzie just did a whole sex talk on not combusting. It's like, this is sort of the opposite version of, I just want to bust on your face, humans.
So then she says the phrase spontaneous combustion. She's like, that's what I'm getting. And then she's like, oh, wait. Oh, okay. All right. So here's the deal. Like that, like you were meant to see that. And yes, it might have been, it might have been like scary or startling, but it was meant for you to see because it was meant for you to be reminded of a past life experience and memory where you were a druid and you were a part of an underground, very, very secret, small circle and community.
The Moonual.
Right? And
we've had this theory before.
No, we've been motherfucking druid.
Yeah. So then, and she says, it was so secret, and what we were doing was so out there, like something that like we wouldn't necessarily be able to comprehend even today, but we were working on magic that was at like a molecular level, like shape-shifting and stuff like that. And
sorry, not sorry.
Working on shit at a molecular level. And I'm like, okay, like that resonates with me. And she said that the spontaneous combustion piece of it was that like we were doing this intense magic, and it was just in this small community or whatever.
Community.
Circle. It was in this small circle, and no one talked about it outside of the circle, I guess. And one of my friends spontaneously combusted, and apparently it freaked me out, and I got so scared and so upset, like left the circle and community. I just like abandoned it, and I never talked to anybody about it, and I never processed it with anyone.
We're literally in circle right now. You're processing it.
I just want you to know
now.
that we are going to blow up, but it's a good thing.
So apparently seeing that candle spontaneously combust, whatever, supposedly, but I did fucking see it. it's like still talking about it like scares the shit out of me. So it's like that's supposed to be a reminder of what I experienced and why in this lifetime I've chosen a timeline or whatever, a body where I have had access to a number of teachers at so many different levels, including in my family and like spiritual guides,
So
spiritual.
mostly at the menu, I would say pretty much.
Sure. So I guess because I didn't have, like, this is what Jess said, right? Like, because I didn't have, I didn't give myself the opportunity to process what happened and all those feelings that came up of fear and sadness, losing my friend and fear of seeing this happen. Then, like, now I have the opportunity to learn from so many teachers, and within the past year or so, like more these kinds of communities as well. So I mean, I could go on about it, but it was very interesting.
I
and
mean,
Ooh.
Kira, you really just hit the nail on the head with tonight's Moonual, I feel. I'm so sorry to make it about us on this moment right now, but really, what else is there, you know? I mean, fuck.
The story about me, right? But it was just interesting.
Well, no, it's not a story about you. It's a story about miracles.
I mean, maybe. I mean,
or
magic.
my car shorted out too, and it would have terrified you, actually, if you'd see the way that I was behaving. But Razzie, why my little Aquarian, tell us why that is fucking perfect for this moon. And then we're gonna come back to that. I want Dana to sing before she has to tuck in the little ones. She has 90 kids. But wait. Razzie, why is that so the astrology? I mean, what a perfect story for this. And I'll tell you what the Sabian symbol is later, but it's wild.
Well, I would like to know what the Sabian symbol is.
Okay, wait, let me pull it up. You're gonna die. But yeah, while I'm pulling it up, Kira, I love the fucking story. Okay.
Yeah, that was great.
It's a crazy story. Not everyone can process it too. You know,
oh no, we're with it. We're already researching while you're speaking, but not because we're not listening, but because we get it. Okay, Sabian symbol for the full moon.
Okay.
A butterfly emerging from a chrysalis is nothing less than a complete emergence into a new life and total transformation. It's facing a whole new beginning and an entirely new life from that which is previously known. That's the first one I would read. Pretty good though.
Well, I want to say one more thing in response to that that story that I was told. Right, you get take it or leave it.
I love it.
You know, it's what Jess shared with me, and it wasn't pulled out of me either. It was like as a part of conversation, and she's like, "You should do a burning ritual," and I'm like, "Well, here's why I'm apprehensive about that." Right?
It was like right on the tip of your tongue, actually.
She tapped into this memory.
Yeah.
So I the idea of like leaving a group or a community and then isolating myself and feeling disconnected, but like also wanting to connect, I resonate with. I don't necessarily have as much information or have done much research on the Druids or Celtic culture. I was very interested in high school, but not more recently. So that initiated me going to my local esoteric astrology bookstore, getting some books, learning more about Druidism and the Druids.
That's funny because I just actually, while I was screaming, "We the Druids," I was like, "What?" I literally just Googled, "What are the Druids?" So thank you for handling that part of it too. LOL.
There's not much information. It's more like hearsay because they didn't document anything apparently. So, but I also bought a book on English magic. I could go grab it too, but like that's been the most interesting of the books that I've bought. It's great. It's got everything in there. It's almost like a little encyclopedia, but like easy to digest. So I've been interested in getting into more of this, and I appreciated the step-by-step in the ritual, and I feel like something that I would want to be a part of more, but maybe like I would want to do it like with other people, like not in my own home, or I don't know, like just because of what I just right? So I drew a candle and I wrote
"Burn that shit, motherfucker."
Narcissistic men, right? I did it.
You can also flush it since it's just a piece of paper.
I have a paper shredder too. I could do that, but
Mhm.
that's still powerful. I can still feel the energy and intent.
Yeah.
That maybe it would be more potent with
It's whatever you feel called to, because that's also like your soul saying, no, we have trouble with fire. Let's stick to water, which is an element we know how to work with, you know?
Yeah.
So that's like your inner magician guiding you too.
Interesting. I mean, I've got a lot of fire energy in me personally, so like, and I appreciate fire, and I respect it. But yeah, I definitely want to like get over that fear. But I mean, maybe now I know why or where it comes from. So, but again, it's like,
yeah,
take it or leave it. It's an interesting story, and it got me more interested in researching the Druid history or Druidism and like what's called witchcraft. So
yeah,
it's really fascinating. So very cool. Thank you.
Of course.
Take over.
Did we lose
Looks like
Starmore?
Yeah, she looks like she dipped off the scene, but she'll be back.
What?
I mean, to cover like the fire stuff and combustion and why that's actually really interesting right now is because when you do look at the chart, you look at Pluto and Capricorn, and Pluto is destroying a lot of these old, right? So when you go like back in time, other than Chiron being in the fire sign of Aries and that being about identity, so looking at like things that have shaped your identity even from the past life and from the past coming into now and seeing what is still left over, it could make a lot of sense to why you have so much fire in your chart, which is actually really cool to see, because it's like, okay, you took on the fire instead of having to deal with it, and whether it was healed or not healed, now you are like living that fire, and that fire is inside of you, which is interesting too.
Oh, and she's also so Scorpio. I got kicked off the Zoom. The ancients were like, too much. We feel so seen. We're vulnerable. Bring back. I want to make sure Dana sings before she has to put the wee ones to bed or whatever kinky day she has at 9:45. But let's put a pin in this. But I do want to say, I think it's fucking perfect for this full moon. Kira's also super duper Scorpio. I don't know what I missed, but that's like Scorpio is a water sign, but it's like the car exploded underwater and that's where the bodies are, right? So I feel like Hanukkah is one way to look at it, but it's also like the creepy lake, right? And I think you just getting that periscope view of like, oh, this is what's going on in the creepy lake. I hope in some way it's freeing because you're like, oh, my dumbass fear of candles makes sense. My friend combusted right before my very eyes. In a way, it feels more real than any psychiatrist's prescription for you ever, right? Crazy.
Yeah, an irrational fear explained. So whatever, take it.
When we come back later, Desi, if you're here, we got to talk about the pirates. But hold on one second. Sarah Berenberg, are you still here?
Yeah.
Okay, give us a quick wrap up. We're going to bring up Dana, and then we can come back. She's our unless Spice is here, she's our final act, and then we can talk about.
Yeah, wrap up is you have your jar. You can work with it for a week. You can work with it for a full moon cycle. What I like to do is maybe in the morning meditate or give more offerings and journal. Like just keep giving power to the spell, you know, and like
come to it, be like spell.
Like all of our energy, like this is a very powerful spell because it's not just banishing, but it's calling in on a full moon, which is about releasing within a protected circle. So it's like all of us doing this together is going to be like extra like nuclear level shit. So, and just always, you know, to thank your guides, to say thank you to the circle. Yeah.
May calls miracles, warning.
And hit me if you ever have spell questions or whatever. My rule of thumb is like, yeah, you never have to buy anything. It's literally just like getting into your child's mind and creating when it comes to spell work and just finding, you know, the metaphors that work for you to manifest. Like, yeah, exactly. And
Leo
for Sarah,
was my
it's
first obsession, and I'm gonna let him go tonight. I'm gonna let him fucking go tonight in the last day of Leo. Leo, you now, even if you're humanitarian, you're bloated. Okay, and you saw it here first. Playing against.
Oh.
I'm with that shit. Sarah, brilliant.
And thank you guys. I do have to go have a test, but
Get out of here.
Good luck
Yeah.
on your test.
Go
I
channel
forgot
that
if-
info. You have conjure it, you fucking witch. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah. So yeah, hit me up if y'all have questions at Comically Mystic or at Duchess of Starship. And
Or you can go to themoonule.com and check out the moon market where Sarah's selling some little sessions for y'all.
mm-hmm.
Fabulous. Thank you, Sarah. Goodbye.
Yeah, hit me up about the home cleansings too. I have this, I've been really working on that, and it can be done virtually or whatever. And it's cool. It's working with feng shui and the I Ching. So let me know.
Cool. Just put the fun in feng shui, you guys. You heard it here first. Sarah Berberg, hit her up. Hang on, stop recording. Dana, my friend Dana, I want to get her in and out so that she can wash the wee ones. Okay, so hang on one second. Emmy, are you still awake? We're going to try to do something we've never done before, which is have the audio sound good. This is a huge moment for us at the Moonual. Razzie, you ready for the audio to sound good? I think Sean knocked it out of the park before. I want to welcome our next guest, and then I will performatively get the track up. So Dana, welcome. Introduce yourself while I get your track up. Okay, it's up. Tell me when you're ready. Introduce yourself. Then you lead. I love
My name is Dana McIntyre, and yeah, I'm here to do this. I don't know what you want me to tell everyone.
I mean, I just want you to say like, okay, hit it raw, and then I'll start the track.
Okay, hit it raw.
Can you hear it? Or you can't hear it? Wait. Hold on. So I was doing, so you can hear it or you can't hear it, LOL.
You gotta stay unmuted to hear it, I think.
I have to say unmuted.
Yeah. Play
Okay,
it
I'll
now.
try not to cheer too loud. I'll try not to cheer too loud.
No,
Okay.
you need to be on mute, Sarah, remember?
Well, that's what I thought. So, okay, I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna play it and go no or yes. Okay, here we go. This is just the beginning. Dana, don't start singing yet. Hold on. I know.
Okay.
I'm a dumbass. I gotta share my audio. Learning.
Okay.
My bad, y'all. Okay, it's late in the night, but I'm still out here thinking. My bad, y'all.
Thank you, Emmy.
No, you can't even. I figured it out. Hang on. Here we go. Dana.
Yes, ma'am.
We're learning here live in front of everybody, and we're so proud to do that for you all. Hold on one second. Okay. Advanced sharing options. Yeah, because I'm advanced ass motherfucking Zoomish. Okay. Advanced. Share computer audio. Boom. Okay, now I'm gonna mute myself. Give me a hard yes and a hard no. And if I get a hard yes from you, Dana, you can start singing when you're ready. Okay.
Okay. You're the lost boy. Act like you know where you're from, but you don't. You're big Montauk boy. But if you knew who you were, then you won't. No need to take me before a man who don't create you. Just a no respect. Cause when it really matters, it won't put the footmark on your neck. You know that you're descended from your mother. You only bear the head transcended. Said you had the Texas. Don't you be that oxygen I can breathe. The lost boy. Pride is your breath, claiming ego your soul. It's a trap, boy. You fall every time, put your eyes to the Lord. Too busy people please instead of seeing what's important. Your hypocrite watcher. Thinking that you have it all together. Brother, empty out your blood. Fight the good fight, but I'm tired now. They say the tears be worth it, they just break me down. Had to leave the stream, I need a rescue plan. It don't have any passes up to Jesus Christ. The lost boy. When will you finally take on the throne? Ooh, the time is now for you to step into your own. Stop worrying about the past and all the things that hold you down. Straighten up your back and pick your crown up off the ground. You don't have to settle for the less when you are more. You don't have to be a lost boy, lost boy. Okay, that's Lost Boy.
Dana, fabulous. I'm gonna send you a mic.
Thank you, man.
It'll be even better fucking next time. You're a fucking star. I love you so fucking much. I'm so proud that I played the music for you and it didn't cut out. How was that, you guys? I was actually like doing the levels. So like we're actually doing multi-production here and we are that co. Dana, you're the fucking bomb. Thank you.
Guys.
Okay,
Thank
so that was
you.
Lost Boy. Next.
That was Lost Boy. I finished that one. Oh, just so we, keeping it all together. I did not write the music to that song. I wrote the lyrics. I do not own those tracks. Okay.
I mean, but you owned it. Like you fucking strapped
Right, I
that
appreciate
shit. You wrote that shit.
that.
Yeah, you owned it, but you don't own it. Here we go.
Yes. I own the words.
I love that bitch. Thank you so much. You're
Thank
amazing.
you.
Okay, let me
You're
get
welcome.
Boojank up. This one is called Boojank, and I am
Boojank.
send me your address. I am sending you a mic because you are
Okay,
that bitch.
awesome. You're so
Okay. Emmy, the notes are
Can
great.
you,
Tell me
can
if
you
I'm
turn up the volume just a hair?
yes, I can, but if in the chat they tell me they cannot hear you, I'm gonna turn it down because you are that. Your voice moves me.
I'll
but
try
you're
to be a little
phenomenal.
louder.
I got
too.
you. I'm
I'll
gonna get
try
you. No, you're a star. I got you. Hold on. No, this is like Brittany when she's like, guys, I can't hear you in the mic on like the Super Bowl things. Like, I love that. I feel like we're legit. Okay. Okay. Muting myself. Dana, give me a signal. If you want me to turn it up, be like, yeah, be like,
Okay, awesome.
and then I got.
Okay. Boy, you got me feeling, you got me thinking it's Tuesday might take off for you. Calling sick to work, play the second verse. Finna make the day about you. Cause you make me want to. I'ma lay your head on my bended knee. I'ma scratch your beard while you talk to me. Rub it down with oil, do it cause you're royal. While we talk about cars and you twist my oils. You give life to me. So deserving of everything I had for you. The love we share, I hold it true. Cause you my love thing, my other thing. Man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. You my love thing, you the one, baby. You my Boojank, you my love thing, my other half the right thing. Man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. You my love thing, you the one, baby. You my Boojank, 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 Boojank. Boojank, Boojank, Boojank. boy, you give me fever. You take me to temperatures I never knew. Fresh conversation, bomb stimulation. When we met, I knew it was you. Glad you chose to pursue. At times it's hard, but we know holds barred, and we keep y'all first, so we never thirst. Man, I love this gold, and we on a roll. Understand God's power and shape and souls. We make it A1 team. We out here catching dreams, and all that was meant to be. Together we can lose. 'Cause you my love thing, my idol and my thing. Man who finds a wife, he finds a good thing. You my love thing, you the one, babe. You my boo Jay, you my love thing, my idol and the right thing. Man who finds a wife, he finds a good thing. You my love thing, you the one, babe. You my boo Jay, boo Jay, boo Jay, boo Jay. My boo Jay, boo Jay, boo Jay. You can kill it. Thank you.
Dana, I'm weeping. I'm weeping.
Oh,
Oh my. Wait, hold on. You're
Aw.
muted all of a sudden. What, did I fuck it up? Hold on. Oh my God.
No,
fuck,
I'm
hold
not
on.
muted. Oh.
You know, Dana, I gotta say something funny. So if you're my client on this Zoom, you know that I've given you the homework probably recently and on many of the last Zooms where I've been like, write vows to yourself. And everybody's stumped. We got people writing about, I will no longer abuse you when they're on the altar. I will no longer call you fat, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if we're saying that on the altar, there's a problem, right? And you just rocked my world because that, I mean, I hope it was about your husband. First of all, I just want to say, you know.
Yeah, my boo Jay.
Okay, because if this is like a follow me, everything is all right situation, I want to know that in advance. Just as your lawyer, I want to know that in advance. But what beautiful vows, Dana Jones. I'm sorry, I can't stop calling you Dana Jones. So Diana in the chat, she go, oh my God, Dana. Yeah, we grew up with Dana. Diana grew up with Dana. We grew up with Dana. And I am blown away. I remember when I stalked you a few months ago and you were like, yeah, I like, don't even, like, you were just
No,
like,
I'm so glad you stalked me. I'm so glad you didn't really
stalked your ass, dude.
No, you did not. You did not.
I found you, psycho. I was like, Dana. Dana's first house is in Aquarius. Razzie, will you pull a card for Dana?
Okay, let's get the Oracle deck out there.
I feel that. Dana, how was that? That was really good. I'm going to send you a mic. Send me your address, please.
That was awesome. I certainly will. That's pretty
I was like, I'm a Capricorn moon, so I was like, wait till later. But I was about to cry. If you watch my face, I was getting all quiver face. I was holding it in because I'm trying to host this thing, but like, damn boob, that was like, and but so you didn't even do there's another one on her cue that's like, bitch, 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 bitch. And so that would have gone in the theme of the night if you wanted to do that, maybe after card reading, no pressure. I know you only got 5 minutes, but yeah, powerful. You don't even know. Wait till I get her a mic, Chris. She is, Dana, they would like create parts for her in theater growing up because they would like, let Dana sit on the box and sing. Just let her sit on the box and do a fucking soul ballad. She sang Britney Spears right as she was like at the beginning of her court case, and we literally feel Dana's voice set her free, and Dana had a spiritual experience about it. You remember?
No, just a piece of that. Like, seriously, I remember when it wasn't, I don't think it was that Moonual, but it was another one where we kind of touched back on that. And I sang that little piece of the song.
Oh, yeah,
I finished it. It's done, and I'm going to go record it in the studio. And as soon as I can get that done, like, I'm going to come back and we'll do that one another time. I finished it.
Next one, when I send you a mic, 2 weeks from now, you're going to have a mic. Emmy got it the next day. We're going to get you a mic. We got you. You're a star. Thank you. What'd you get, Razzie? Please fucking enlighten us.
Very beautiful card. Deep cellular healing.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Boo thang shit.
And she looks beautiful too. She's like super angelic. So it says Arcturus energy and physical and emotional healing. So I feel like even with the words, even singing it right now and just like continuing to do and exercise the voice is that deep cellular healing. Like it's just the act of. So definitely we're all graced with that presence right now because it's like we can get a little bit of that as well. But I feel like
No, I like literally feel healed. Like I was like, whoa, like this is a fucking sound bath. Like Spicy's here, that's cool, but I think she forgot her bowl anyway. I was like, ooh, no, you like bone marrow at an expensive restaurant. Give me the salt. I'm cooked.
That is so sweet. I really appreciate that. I think you guys can let me be on and come and do what I do here, Terry. You're awesome.
Yeah.
You know that.
Anything else, Razzie? Do you have any questions, Dana, before you have to put the wee ones to bed?
No, I don't dare. I've been fighting them for about 10 minutes. So I'm gonna actually do a last minute Walmart trip before they close because
Yeah, go to Walmart, dude. Walmart's been a big part of our storyline, actually. Yeah. That's on brand. You don't even know it. That's very good.
I'm terrible. So I'm procrastinating my way to Walmart right now, like at the 11th hour, the day before school. So here we are.
Get the fuck in there. They have a lot of great stuff right now. A lot of heart sunglasses. Go fuck it up.
Oh, awesome. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Later, Dane. Oh my God.
Take care.
Dana Jones. You fucking, she's good as hell, bro. All right. So as promised, I do have, okay, so if Spicy's here, you can close this out. If not, I do have a few journal exercises that I would like to throw out there. And then Razzie, you can pull a card for us and we can really wrap it up. I mean, that was a pretty perfect manual unless there's more to discuss. But notebooks out. Everyone has their notebooks out, yes? Also, thoughts, question, comments. I don't mean to just take over. Wasn't Dana great?
She was beautiful. She was so great.
Like, I mean, she fucking crushes Clarkson, please. Like, we're the new NBC, okay? Dana's better than all the voice. And June, we have the best. We just have the most. Amy too. We have like literally the most talented people at the Moon. I'm so honored to be here with you all. And really, like, it's time to journal. But yeah, she was fabulous. Any other compliments for Dana? I'll send it to her while she's at Walmart. No, that's sad. Just kidding.
Oh, she's incredible.
Thank you, Val. Music reporter. Thank you. Okay, I'm getting hit up. Okay, are we ready for the journaling?
Yes.
Question number 1. At current, how do you create your reality? You can go back and answer later. But whatever comes to you.
Can you say the question one more time?
Yeah, how do you create your reality? I'll write it in the chat as well so I can remember later. LOL. Keep writing. And when you're done, no rush, LOL. I'll put the second question in the chat. You can always come back to this later. The second question is, of your core beliefs, which core beliefs are showing the most right now in your reality? So what are the deepest thoughts you think, and how do you see it reflecting on the outside today, yesterday, last few days, next few days? What's showing about the way you think right now? Sam Bam, you looking up because you're ready for the next question? Yes, I always want a first person in class. Okay. Question 3. What are you willing to do moving forward? And what are you not willing to do moving forward? Okay, we got a heads up. You can keep writing or I'll throw it in the chat. Last question, and then we'll just write some dates down and then Razzie can close us out unless George Washington joins us. You never know. He's a wild one. Last question. Well, it's not really a question. Flip the page and I want you to make a line down the center. On the left side of the page, make a list of every obstacle that you see ahead of you right now or that you're feeling in this moment. What are the obstacles that you're currently facing? What feels like a problem? Write them all on the left side of the paper. Okay, I got a heads up on the right side of the page, and you can always go back and do it later. Right side of the page. For each obstacle that seems present in your life right now, what core belief is showing? Emperor's New Clothes with your thoughts right now. Based on the obstacle, if everything external is a reflection of what is internal, what core belief is showing? Okay, so when you just look up when you're done, you know. So this is an interesting lunation because Razzie so eloquently put it earlier, we will all listen back. I will post it. We got segments. Fucking nailed it in more ways than one. We put our nails in the jar, we peed on it, and we burned it. What a moonule. What a fucking moonule, you know? But I'll reiterate that the moon, when it became full this morning at like 8-ish Eastern, was in the sky with Jupiter, which you could see with your naked eye. With a naked eye song. I feel like this is part of just me just like remembering songs from my playlist. So my apologies for that. But when it comes to me, I go, I'll never remember that. Love that song. But Jupiter is going retrograde. It's at 26 degrees Aquarius, going retrograde. We had the moon and the sun opposite each other at 29 degrees Aquarius and Leo, which are the penultimate. That's it. It's almost like the purest energies of a sign, but then also like the death of it, right? Because it's like the climax. It is like the orgasm. We are all coming in the area of Aquarius and Leo in our charts. And so Leo is showing where it's happening because that's what the sun is reflecting. And the moon is showing in what context, right? And how it plays into the bigger picture. That's what Aquarius is. So we're going to have a series of unfoldings, right? When we do manifestation work, yes, a miracle is a shift in belief. It happens that fast. But then sometimes we have to like be a little patient or go with the flow. We can't control the timing, no matter what anybody says, right? So I want to give you some dates to look out for moving forward about how these manifestations are going to unfold. So for the past 5 days, you may have been noticing things starting to like miraculously come out of nowhere. What it actually is Jupiter, abundance, the new system, and how we're going to, pay and get paid, and what the currency is, and who's got enough, and where is it all, right? Jupiter's bigness, it's growth. Was in Pisces for a minute, swooped back, going retrograde in Aquarius. And it's basically like catching the ripple of that first pebble that dropped 6 months ago. Okay. So now as Jupiter goes retrograde, it's going, whoa, we catch that wave. We're surfing it, bro. Right. So it seems like nothing ever happened, but it actually happens that fast, but it doesn't, because it's a ripple and a ripple and a ripple and a ripple. So right now, Jupiter is rippling backwards, checking in with the moon, going, hey, are you getting what you cared about getting? And if you are, and if you aren't, then you need to do this journal exercise a little bit more seriously later. Maybe put on some binaural beats, get your subconscious going, right? Take it seriously, because this is an illumination that is showing us. There was a new moon, full moon flip in July of 2020. Remember that, Razzie? It was on my birthday, remember? And I did the moonule in Philly on the roof. And it changed the cycle of the moon. So then we went into this phase where we had 2 full moons in July of last year. Oh, that was your first moon, you Kira. 222 crew. Okay. That's huge. I love that for us. Synchronicities, right? So there was a flip. And we went from experiencing the new moon first and then the full moon, seeing things sort of get planted and then flower. We switched into seeing where there was mastery and then where we need to rebuild, right? So it switched from a new moon to full moon cycle to a full moon to new moon cycle, which is really weird, actually. It's like driving backwards on the Amtrak, right? Like, it's like, you're like, oh, no, I'm going that way, right? A little bit nauseating, but like you still get there and it's a different view and it's a little nauseating, okay? So that's basically in the past year. And now the moon cycle in this next blue moon phase has caught up with itself. So now when we move forward, we're going to go back to that original, it's not BC before Corona, but thank goodness it's never going to be that again. And we're going to continue to evolve, right? But it's going to be like that back to normal energetic feeling of like, oh, we're entering the season with a Virgo new moon. And then we're going to have a Pisces full moon. And the merch will make sense again. And all will be right in the rhythm of what we think is normal. But I think it's really cool that Sarah brought up like the devil's number 666, I want to look more into that. I like blues, and I like things that aren't allowed. So I did start, anyway, I don't have to get into my whole fucking story, but what do you got, Kira? What are you going to speak? Tell us. What? I'm mute. Say it.
It was just saying tritones, like she was talking about.
Tritones. Yo, Hecate. Yo,
Yeah,
where's Sarah Bamberg?
heard that before.
Tritone.
It's just an interval is just a name for an interval, like the distance between two notes. So like notes could be 2 notes apart, or 3 notes apart, or 5 notes apart, or however many apart, and there's theory behind it and what we name it. And a tritone has a very specific kind of sound, and it's not
Can
something
you do an impression? It's like, can you do it? I mean, that's a lot to ask, I know, but
I think, hold on. Can you
oh,
hear
interesting,
that?
Razzie. You hear that tritones?
Can you hear that?
Ooh, yeah, more. Dun, dun, and then.
Yeah, so it's just a different sound. It's not like as pleasant to the ear, like a major third or a major fifth. And it's not something that's necessarily taught until like later in music theory, because it's not as pleasant. It's a little bit more dissonant. It's like the tones are like arguing with each other, like they're fighting.
It's
And that's
so
kind of how I
interesting
describe
because
it.
also, were you here at the beginning of the Moonual? Because Paula, who's now on a Zoom dinner with her dad, beautiful, did a whole body love presentation, and it was really about that discord and energy between like who we are in our weird bodies and what we
Yeah.
think about it, and how fucking disconnected it is, but actually it's resonant. And so we actually have to go in and create a different experience of it. Chip Tip, you gotta share. What's up? You look like you're about to unmute.
Oh no, I was just gonna chat something. I was gonna ask, like, where do you use the tritones in music?
Ooh, a question I love.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's not something that I use a lot personally in 'cause I teach a lot of piano, and I teach a lot of beginner piano students. So it doesn't come up until, maybe a few years down the road in what we're reading and looking at. And more contemporary composers like to use that kind of interval, or what's called a tritone. But what Sarah, the other Sarah who did the witch
With an
ritual,
H, Sarah with an H.
Sarah with an H, she said that it's used a lot in the blues, which I hadn't necessarily heard before, but it might be just a part of like what's called the blues scale. So I guess now now that I think about it more, that makes sense. But I hadn't heard that it was associated with the numbers, and that's why it's not used in Christian hymnals. So that was new information to me. I can see why.
I wonder how much Torah. I feel like the Torah's all like, like I would be interested to see how much, maybe Sarah knows that.
Klezmer music is different, and there's a lot more, I think, in the musical expression, where they're exploring more like what's called microtones. So especially like on the violin, you have it's a very different kind of instrument. You have access to all the tones in between the tones, whereas on the piano, you can't necessarily play the note in between C and C sharp. You only have the option for C and C sharp. You don't have any of the options in between. It's like Indian music, where they're using the microtones, and you hear like vocals like so you're hitting all the different frequencies in between what's established at like a 440 frequency. That's getting a little bit more technical, but
442, all the numbers, so interesting. Kira, I'm so glad that I've stalked your ass to come to the Moonual too. You fucking people, you make me chase you. Please make it easier. Please just fucking come to my. I'm screaming.
I come when I can.
I had to scream at Desi performatively online and show my pussy for hours just to fucking.
I was planning on coming. I was planning on it because Sunday evening, so I was open. Yeah. So
Kira,
thank you.
Really
Thank you for stalking me. Please stalk me more.
No, talk more. I want to tell you.
I said, please stalk me more.
Oh, stalk me more. Oh, sure. Yeah, isn't that, make that merch, Desi? How about please stalk me more as the merch? But it's just like, it's like hearts. Like make every A a little heart or something,
Stalk
right?
me.
Genius.
Stalk me.
Yeah, I will stalk your ass. Stalk you later. Okay. Fucking gold. Okay, we got Razzie. I mean, is your mind blown? Again, a perfect Moonual. Give us a final card so that Emmy can finally stop live casting to no one online. But it was great practice, and this was so fucking fun. Great job, everybody. Razzie, give us the card that fucking brings us home, and then we can do an after party and chill. But then if anybody wants to dip out or we want to not keep going live, that's okay too. Whatever though, I don't care. I'm open.
Let's see what our final card is. Also, there's something really cool that I learned today about tones, frequencies.
Wait, I want to say what you're saying. Do final card, and then I have the follow up journal exercises, and then I need to pull one more card, and then we're done. Sorry. Okay. Go.
So okay, we can do the card after, because I was going to talk about the tones, right? And there's something cool with tones and the sun sign, like basically all the signs with tones. And it's apparently, if we could get a list of which tones go with which sign, that would be dope, because you can look at like you and your partner and do the tones for each.
That's like when we were doing gene key stalking, when we like hijacked the system to do relationships. Oh, we'll tell you about that later.
So basically you like do the tone of you and your partner together and see what that sounds like, to see if it's like in harmony and like what kind of like, you know, sound makes, which is really dope though. And just in general to think about and try.
Whoa. Okay, wait. So let me just give you guys some dates real quick. Then we're going to talk later. We're going to really research this, because we're going to make music that actually expresses our emotions, so we never have to do it in text abuse again. Okay. That's really what my fucking one time my ex-boyfriend I was furious about something, and I was texting him so much that his friend was like, yo man, your phone's ringing, and he's like, no, it's not. So I just want to say I would rather have a discordant tone. And it's funny too, I'm in my grandmother's apartment. I've been channeling her all year. She did come to the Moonual chain smoker. I'm channeling. And I sit in her chair. But she my grandfather was a professional driver. He was a truck driver, and they would drive around together. And he was kind of like kind of a reckless dude on the road, because he could do it. He was, big driver energy. And my grandmother, instead of being like, Ruby, you're driving too fast or whatever, they developed a system where she would go, no, 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 or whoa, 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 whoa. And that was like, because otherwise she was just fucking nagging him to slow down, or that she was afraid, like bread truck is my mom's kind of thing. So I really like the idea of tones as a way to synthesize a relationship and a way to understand it's interesting too, because when we're talking about the moon, we're talking about how we feel. And when we're talking about Jupiter, we're talking about reverb, right? So Jupiter's retrograde right now, a little discordant, but actually just what you need to get your attention back. It wakes you up at 3 a.m, and then you do have to say, no, I'm no longer watching anymore. That's the only way the TV turn off. Dun, dun, right? So, okay, here are the dates you want to look at. Jupiter is moving retrograde until October 18th. So until October 18th, there's going to be this period of, how do I even put it? Catching the ball that was thrown. We're going to close the heralds of our lives. If you take improv, you haven't taken it, you should, right? We're going to get the second, whatever we asked for then, we might get the follow-up now. And it's going to be based on our beliefs, what we get. So if we can spend the time now to go like, okay, wait a second. I am really open to being abundant, or I am really looking for this specifically. We can have a better, it can change from a horror to a comedy so fucking fast, right? That's why when you mix the genres, it's fun. We've been, that's, you guys didn't know, we've been writing horror comedy for years. We're freaking ready for it, okay? Because it's the same, right? It's that tension. So whatever the tension was at the beginning, notice what you're getting. For the next 5 days, you're going to see these manifestations of the seeds that you're planting and committing to and releasing play out. And then October 18th is going to be when Jupiter goes direct. The discordance will end. It will start to move forward. And then we're going to get kind of like the home run from the things that were then caught and then thrown. So it's sort of, we moved into a baseball analogy. I hope this makes sense. Razzie will wrap it up in like better words. I'm sort of just doing poetry out loud right now. But you know what I'm saying? So it's like, now it's like they're throwing it to second base. I have no idea how baseball works. Then after October 18th, we're going to be either hitting home runs or sliding into base or whatever it is to go like, yeah, or like not good, right? Then Jupiter is going to be at the degree of this full moon on December 26th. So whatever you're noticing today, there is going to be one final ta-da, be like gymnast, right? There's going to be one final gymnast. Chip Tip, are you okay? What's going on over there? Oh my God, I think Chip Tip just ashed on herself or something. What, are you okay? It was either a cat or you? Okay, she's good. Okay.
No, I was just choking, and I'm terrified for the last ta-da.
Good. Well, no, okay, but we need to do a session. Luckily, we're talking Tuesday because there's nothing to be terrified about. But it's like if they say it's going to rain, bring an umbrella, right? Like it might not all be sunshine, but it's like if it's a monsoon, plan for a monsoon, get delivery, ship them well. Okay. So next, that's December 26th. So you're going to just want to notice whatever you're noticing today is being like, yo, I did manifest that shit. On the 26th of December, it's going to be like, yup, you did. High five. Like fun bloopers in the credits kind of vibe, right? On December 24th, okay, I got my dates out of chronology. You can put them, where my Virgos, put them in order. December 24th, Jupiter is at the, no. Okay, so Jupiter's at the degree it's at today on December 6th. Then Jupiter is at the 29th degree on December 24th, okay? I got it wrong. It's December 6th, not December 26th. That's why I'm all confused. I didn't get it wrong. The first date before, we're going to fucking edit this. December 6th is when things are going to be like bloopers in the credits. Okay, we're back. December 24th is going to be when Jupiter is at the moment that this moon is in right now. And then it's like, damn, and they bought the trilogy, right? So you're going to come back and come back and come back and come back. But then there's no one else that's going to own the franchise. Now Jupiter is going to move into Pisces, and all the seeds that we planted sort of in the winter that we were like, wow, life could be like this. And then we were like, no, COVID again, Delta, what? Right? Those things are going to come back too. And Jupiter is going to start to make its way back into Pisces and start to collect the pieces that this winter you were like, is this really my life? And then you're like, no, it's not. Things suck. Things are hard. Right? So don't let those dreams go. Banish the narcissist, banish the overdrafts. But those stories were really important and they're going to come back. They're not just like over, right? So then the big final date that I want to give you, December 29th. That's when Jupiter moves into Pisces and we begin the fucking act 2 of the cycle from this winter. But until October, we're still catching those second base throws, right? I hope this not if this analogy still makes sense, okay? People are just showing up now, so who even cares, okay? But no, you want to catch those second base throws for the rest of the fall. In December 18th, we're going to start wanting to notice the bloopers in the credits and go, this is what it is now. And I got what I needed. The movie's over. And then by the very last day of the year, December 29th, there's going to be this moment right before the first Capricorn lunation of the year. There's going to be this moment where it's like, damn, that was actually like a dope movie, right? And I don't know if they're ever going to stop making Star Wars, but it's like, maybe after the 6th one, there was that feeling of like, this is wrapped up. Then they started all over. Who knows what's going to happen after they do it, animated or whatever. But there is sometimes this sort of shelf life of not that storylines don't always connect, but sometimes a trilogy is enough. Sometimes it's too much. Sometimes you get decades of, they're doing crystal. What is it, Nicole? The crystal. The Henson thing that now they read it on Netflix and ruined.
Oh, yeah. What's the name of it?
The fucking Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal in the 80s was like, and then we rewatch it. We're like, this is about the Great Conjunction. Now they're doing it like anime and it's like so. It didn't get renewed. No fucking shit. But that's how things go, right? But there is that sort of sweet spot. So by the end of this year, we're going to hit that moment where we're like, wow, what a beautiful, epic plague. And, we'll do shirts. I survived the plague so far or whatever. We can be funny about it. But really, that's what the rest of the year has in store. But until October 18th, we're still catching those second. You want to be open to receive so that you can actually catch that ball and really make it home when Jupiter goes direct, basically through the end of the year. I'll post those dates. That was a little bit all over the place. Obviously, my notes are messy. I was writing in Druid language. Apparently, that's what we all are. Thank you, Kira, for clarifying. We got to look it up, what it even means. But anyway, Razzie, now pull us a final card. The Moonual can be complete. Does anybody have any questions, or does that make sense about the astrology? Do you think the Dark Crystal was about the Great Conjunction? I do.
Definitely.
But the Henson version was, not the fucking, not the Netflix one. The Henson one was,
You
yes.
can clearly see because they were talking about it. Though there's literally a scene where he's like, the Great Conjunction.
No, Randy does the funniest impression. It's like, the Great Conjunction. They're puppets. It's puppet art.
I don't remember that at all. It was so.
You have to watch.
I watched that movie when I was younger, so I'll put it on sober and I'll take notes.
Yeah, because
we can discuss next time.
Like the Great Conjunction, so to speak, happens more often than just this one time. So I guess they were talking about like another one too, like not the one that we're going through now, but it's very like interesting to see how that traveled into now though.
Oh yeah.
All right, all right, all right. Let's see what Archangel is gonna come up for us today. So I'm just gonna shuffle in. Whenever someone feels like saying stop, let me know, and I'm gonna stop. Dun, 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 dun,
Look at Desi's screen right now.
dun, 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 dun. Okay, cool. Hey.
Right when I saw it come up in the chat too. That was interesting.
Oh yes, perfect, right? Yeah. Okay, Zadikio, the angel of mercy. So you guys can look at this angel, take it in. We got some blues, we got some oranges, and we also have like well, it looks like he's holding a scale, but he actually isn't. But that does remind me of the whole Libra thing right now, and like justice, mercy, and what's going
Venus
on.
is in Libra, right?
Venus being in Libra, you know, because it's like with Venus and Libra, it's like we're getting that justice and that mercy back into its rightful place and its rightful scenarios, you know, wherever you felt like you could get robbed. Because a lot of times with Libra energy, there could be a lot of character assassination, right? People trying to call you out, or people trying to be like, you're not this person that you say you are, or whatever, right? And because we have that there Chiron across from it, it's like, okay, whatever the truth is actually going to reveal itself a lot stronger than it would otherwise without this energy. So let's see where Zadikio is at in here, and then I will read what this angel of mercy is all about. Zadikio, where are you? Okay, so the one who metes out forgiveness and the one who judges transgression. Zadikio is the swift gavel as well as the crushing hammer. Right, goes back to that Libra energy. Those who have sinned against your fellow man, Zadikio may relieve you of your punishment. But in asking you, submit yourself to the scales of the angel's judgment and wrath. Zadikio sees all the cracks and seams of the soul, finds all the things we cover up to convince ourselves of the illusion of a moral existence. Right, and that's really important too, because at the end of the day, I think what this whole feeling into our light bodies, switching these timelines, whole big paradigm shift is about life and death, and really understanding what death really is, the newness of what that brings, and what becomes of us after is really a lot more than what we can fathom. So it really isn't just this one existence, and that like Venus, Libra, judgment energy is coming from all of these timelines. It's like timelines crashing in on itself to really, for you to really stand up and say, this is what I want. This is where I belong. This is where like I feel like I belong because this is right. So you have to like really say what's right for yourself, for sure.
Wait, sorry.
Zadikio reminds us to reveal our failings openly and be judged by those that have the power to forgive. It is only the just who may make such a reckoning. And the signs are scales, rising smoke, and a gavel. So if there's any, notice your candles, and if you see that rising smoke coming from the candles, because every once in a while, it depends. Usually candles burn clean, but if you can kind of see that, that's a good sign. That's a sign to know that there is definitely some things that you should ask for forgiveness on, and let yourself be judged, because in you being judged, you'll actually be able to let go. And maybe vice versa, if someone comes to you and reveals something, like, you don't have to just judge it honestly for what it is, and that's it. You don't have to deliver the punishment. These angels are going to be out here supporting us on what is right and what is really wrong for us. It's an individual thing. So that's beautiful to see.
Dude, that's fucking perfect. And then, okay, so I just want to say that when I was in the creepy spirit shop, the hoarder spirit shop, and I bought all these candles, one of them broke. It was actually significant, 888. Great. Love the rhyme. I did buy a deck because I gifted Desi my muse deck because I realized she is in fact my muse, right? And so I got the Isis Oracle decks. Remember when we started to notice Isis and Osiris, and I realized that Isis was on my midheaven and this moon is on my midheaven, right? And Pallas Athena, my Pallas Athena is at 29 degrees Leo in the first house, right? And my progressed sun is at 0 degrees Virgo, okay? And my
all of our Venus, half of our Venus are at 9-10 degrees fucking Virgo. Okay. So I just pulled my first ever, I was gonna say Lilith. No, I have to get over Lilith now. I can be Isis. Okay. My first ever Isis, here's with the family card. Y'all ready for this? Divine Sunchild. Blessings of the sun flow to you now. It is time for your life to flourish without limits, to let your light burn bright. Hanukkah, combustion, and without veil, just like the midsummer sun burning without contest in the Egyptian desert. It is your time to shine bright. Isis Oracle on my midheaven on this moon. Isis Oracle. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a pyramid. Really, very cool. Ah, what a moon. Does anybody have any final thoughts, questions, comments before we stop going live? We can let Emmy back into the Zoom, or she can never speak to me again. But yeah, any final thoughts before we sign off of our moon?
Sarah, I did have. Oh, sorry. You go ahead first.
Oh,
get him out.
This was my first Moonual.
Sam Bam, welcome.
I enjoyed every minute of it, and I'm happy
How
to
did
be
you
here.
find us?
Razzie and Spicy.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I'm really glad you came. I hope that you come every time. It's
Thank
really
you.
fun.
I hope so too.
You were my like good pupil in the front. I said, time to change the journal question. You were front row, baby. That's cool. I love that.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Kira, you had breakthroughs. You're going to light your whole house on fire. What's going on?
Fuck. It's not shit. This was great. Thanks for listening to my story too, by the way. And it's been too long since I've been in a Moonual. I don't know. I don't know when it was. Definitely earlier in the summer, but
They're
feels
all
like
on
it's
Zoom. They're clogging up my storage. We can look back.
second full moon in Aquarius. I mean, it's a great opportunity to let go of whatever the fuck you're meant to let go of.
Yeah, like we're literally in the fucking portal, and you're in that Jetson thing where it's like you get to go right. So it's like carry with you what you want, and otherwise let it go.
Yeah. Yeah,
Going
and
from
I mean,
yarmulke to space, everybody.
it's interesting when these opportunities come up, right? Isn't it once a year that there's like 2 full moons in a sign?
Indeed, we come full cycle from the year before.
Yeah, like the one in Libra in 2019, in April 2019, March and
Kira, a
April.
real one. Kira, a real one. That's huge. Great call.
Yeah, it was interesting. I realized much later that that's what initiated my just seemingly random sobriety. So I've been sober for the past 2.5 years.
Ooh.
And initiated because of that second full moon in Libra in my 12th house. So, and I just figured that out way later too. I'm like, why did I just stop smoking weed? I love weed. Well, it was the second fucking Libra full moon in my 12th house.
What a perfect example though. Like when you notice that something is actually trying to fall away. Can you imagine if you were like trying to keep the nails on or trying to put back the dead skin cells? You know what I mean? It would be insane. Let it go. Let it go. You don't need it.
I don't need any more dead skin cells. Get it off me. Earlier when I signed in, I just did this whole body spa treatment.
The poetry.
When Paula was doing her meditation, and I've got like this foam all over my face, and I'm like thinking about what she's saying in the meditation of, we are not our bodies, or all that. So just
you also
great.
said here in the chat, and then we can end the manual these just so we can set Emmy free. You said, wasn't Ezekiel the dude in the Bible who had alien encounters? Razzie, have you heard this? Oh my God, look at Desi the baby. Welcome back.
Actually, I haven't heard about that, but that's super, super interesting.
Any Bible heads in here? Any Bible heads? What's up?
In the New Testament, he's the only one that had alien encounters, and it's like straight up.
I'm in love with this fact. I'm not even gonna look it up. I'm just gonna take your word for it. That's fabulous. Druid schmooids, Ezekiel, aliens.
Yeah. Well, thank you. The point of me chiming in was to say thank you. This was great.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Dude, thank you so much. Everybody, thank you so much. I was listening. I've been cleaning and everything. And you were
Well, I
like,
know because there's
"What
this
did you
funny
guys
thing
think?"
where we can see your fucking bench, but you're in the
Yeah.
Caribbean. So you keep having like a
Yeah.
bench that you're cleaning and the baby's jumping on. I keep
I'm
spotlighting
like-
you.
I was building stuff in the kitchen and shit, but I was listening to Dana was singing, right? Dana. And I was like, bro, this shit like puts us on the map. I was like, if this was a show, this shit makes it look like luxurious. Like I was like, Dana makes us luxurious. So you can tell her that.
Oh,
and
I tell her
yeah.
that all the fuck. I bathe her in. I'm like, Dana, come shine your light. I think she's, you know, even when we were like in high school, we weren't even that close. I'd be like, Dana, could you just serenade me in the hallway real quick? Because also her sound in like the hallways reverbing. It's like, oh my God, she's had that voice since she was like, I mean, I told you somebody randomly sent a picture from grade school to me in like April or whatever, and I was sitting next to Dana in it, and it happened to be like the day after I messaged Dana, like I've been trying to, because I was trying to find her. She got married, I didn't know her name anymore. I was trying to find her, and I was sitting next to her in the class picture from when we were in kindergarten, and I'm telling you, she's had that voice since then.
That's amazing. She's luxurious. All right,
Isn't
I'm
she
getting
incredible?
physically assaulted, so I'm gonna go. Thank you
That's
so
the
much.
Leo
for
energy. We don't want to
everything.
forget.
I love you guys.
Thank you, little
Bye.
Leo babies. We'll go on Psycho Sunday when he goes to sleep. Bye. I love it. Any other thoughts, question, comments before we wrap up this Unul Munul?
I was just about to say that you were talking about meeting or reuniting with Dana, and I remember being on the Moonual where you guys were reunited, and Diana was also with us, and then we ended up being on the Moonual until like 1:30 in the morning, and then you got booted off, so then I was the one hosting it. We were like, wait, what happened? Like, okay, I guess we're ending it now. Like, bye.
But it's to happen. You know, that's why if you're gonna throw house parties, you have got to trust your girlfriends, because if you pass out, someone's got to fucking get them out of there before the cops come. So I'm very grateful for this community that allows me to continue to pass out before the party's over and make sure that we don't get in trouble. So that's fucking perfect. And it's fun when you come back and you're like, oh shit, this is the whole storyline. Yeah, like yeah, when I well, and also Dana's such a Capricorn. It was all that Brittany Capricorn stuff, and yeah. Dana, but I stalked her for years. I couldn't find her because McIntyre, you know, she's not really present on social media, and I couldn't find her. And then finally, I would message. I don't know why she came into my head, and I was messaging people like, "Hey, do you know Dana Jones is online? Do you know how to contact Dana Jones?" And they're like, "No." And then eventually I saw her because she like randomly started doing like hymnals and a cappella on her Facebook. All of a sudden, I happened to sign in. I'm like, Dana. And then she came to the Moonual, and then yeah, now she's like dropping original hits. They're fire. Wait till she gets some mic, she'll fucking fuck you guys up. I was weeping inside. I'm gonna cry right after this. Very fun. Chris, just chiming in. Any thoughts before you go? Where are you right now? Show us your fucking wares. Where are you?
I am. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the, I don't know. Actually, I don't know where I am.
Okay,
I'm like
that's
around the
fair.
corner from Moonrise. So.
Yeah, that's a venue. We're gonna do events there.
Festival?
Oh, dude, no, it's done. Like you guys are doing it. I already said it. So.
Chris found us a venue and he already set us up, and it's an interactive. Well, it's called.
Oh, 100%. The
Tell us what
Moonual
it
is going to
is.
become
Okay,
an
listen.
immersive art show. So it's done already.
It will
It is what
also
it is.
broadcast and do live, and we'll have hours of stand-up comedy by only me and only me.
Yep.
That's so great. Chris, very good job. Thanks for chiming in. He's an Aquarius moon on the moon. So I told him today he was going to get a big download, and he's like, yeah, I found you guys a perfect venue. That's what we're fucking doing here. This is leadership training in the end. Okay. This is motherfucking, I'm CEO from the ground up. Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you, Chris. LOL. Thank you guys so much for coming. This was so fucking fun. Any other thoughts, question, comments? Miranda, when did you come in? I've been trying to get you. Hey, I have an opportunity for you too. How you doing, Miranda? What's up?
I'm good. I'm sorry. I guess this Aquarius full moon, it's like, I've just been so dissociated. I'm like, wait, it's Sunday and I signed up yesterday. Where am I? You know? But I do have a question, but what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, how you doing? Welcome to, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. I had a question because it's regarding my tarot deck. I've been kind of, okay.
Yeah, this is a Razzie question.
Okay. But I've been again, just a little dissociative in my practice in general, to the point where I just kind of have my cards. I travel with them still. Like they'll be like on my bed, but it kind of happened because I got freaked out. One of my cards actually got damaged in a way where I was like, okay, what's this about? It was the seven of cups. But anyway, sorry. I'm looking for a new deck because